Okay, what's good? We see y'all already in here chatting. I see John being a smartass first thing in the morning. That's good stuff. Or first thing in the early afternoon. I see you, John. I see it. I see it. All right. It's hot, man. Yo, it's a good question, Mrs. Mac 10. Mrs. Mac 10 says, you think Luke talks today? Somebody's talking. We don't know who. We don't know who's talking yet. They haven't
But whose side is he on?
But someone's definitely talking.
That has become one of my faves.
That's the best. That is the best. Oh, I'm ready for Luke's press conferences.
That's what I want.
15-minute. Hi, James. I think it's Buddy. I absolutely think it is. The Kings media availability is at 12:45. We've decided if it's Buddy, Marvin, or Luke, we're going live. Yeah, there's some other things. We're not going to go live for everybody. But if it's Buddy, we're going to stop what we're doing to go to Buddy's press conference because I just can't wait to hear him talk. Oh, man.
You guys, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to leave the stream for a second.
Okay. All right. Just went up on... Okay. Just went up on Twitter. It's all right. Good. We good. No, you're fine. You're not in the StreamYard. I can hear you because of Comrex, but no one can hear you except for me. So go ahead, do your thing. There you go. Got like 30 seconds. Casey went to Best Buy and said, give me the loudest mouse you have. What's up, Chris? I'm just sitting here being quiet. There we go. All right, Kenny's back. All right, whoops. It's my bad. All right, showtime. And we welcome you in here to this Thursday, September 23rd edition of D-Lo KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
We're so happy that you have decided to make us a part of your day. You can listen to all 4 hours. Why drop in for a few minutes when you can hang for all 4 hours? Of course, we're on 1320 a.m. in Northern California. You can miss not a single second of the show by downloading the Odyssey app, searching ESPN 1320, hitting the heart button, save us as your favorite radio station. Of course, you can take part in the chat house and watch along with the show over at twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Busy day ahead. Really busy next 2 days, which we'll give you the lowdown on as the day rolls along here. Dan Plocher of 1250 The Fan in Milwaukee is going to join us coming up at 1:50. Jason Jones of The Athletic going to join us at 3:20 to talk Kings basketball. Kings have media availability coming up at 12:45, but we don't know who's available.
Oh, man. I'm on the edge of my seat. So I'm really on the edge of my seat. I don't know why. It is September 23rd. The training camp hasn't even started. There's not any, Ben Simmons or Minnesota Timberwolves thing going on, but I need to know who it is.
Well, that's because the most obvious names are really interesting. Again, these are the most remember, you got your Kings card in front of you. Harrison Barnes, check. De'Aaron Fox.
Check.
Tyrese Halliburton.
Check. Davion
Mitchell.
Check.
All right.
So we got
Rashawn.
Alex Lynn. We have Robert Woodard. We have Jamias Ramsey. Oh, no, I don't think any of them were talking.
Tristan Thompson. But there's Rashawn. Rashawn hasn't talked yet.
I think
Rashawn hasn't talked yet.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest. If it's Buddy Hield, we're going live. We're going to have that Zoom in front of us. And if it's Buddy Hield's media availability, we are going live to that because I got to hear it. I got to hear
and
the question, and I got to hear the answer.
Well, you say if it's Buddy, and I agree.
Yep.
We need to go live. But if it's 35, I need to hear what he's got to say.
I agree.
Only time we heard from 35 is on that Half Decent podcast.
And it wasn't so much halfway decent. Jesse chimes in here and says, this is going to be like the Raw general manager reveal. We're hoping it's something big, but it's going to be Mo Harkless. Yeah, maybe it will be Mo Harkless. And I'm going to be honest with you. We're probably not going live to Mo Harkless. We'll go live to Buddy Hield. We'll go live to Marvin Bagley. We'll go live if it's Luke Walton.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But we are literally on the edge of our seat to see who it is. So that's coming up.
We're just sitting here. Well, whose side is it on?
Yeah, at 12:45.
It gets funnier over time. That does crack me up. Okay.
That gets funnier to people over time too, and I didn't even let it finish.
That's got a little funnier to me as well.
We've got marketing ideas for
let's show
on the way. Stay tuned. Once we find out who's speaking at 12:45, we'll relay that to you. If it's Mo Harkless, if it's Terrence Davis, if someone's along those lines, we'll roll on it. We'll play it back for you later on in the day. But if it's Buddy, if it's Marvin, if it's Luke, we will go live. We'll go live to the Zoom call. Media Day is coming up on Monday. I was telling the fellas before the show, I think Media Day is virtual. We were trying to figure out how we were going to navigate Media Day and how all that was going to happen. Just from the looks of my emails, I think it's going to be another virtual thing. So we may be doing a lot of Media Day live here on ESPN 1320 coming up on Monday. We could go live to Luke. We could go live to Monty McNair. That'd be super easy for us. So we'll see how all that transpires, man. We'll talk more about the Kings. We'll dive back into the Timberwolves story. Now, if you were watching the show yesterday, you have a completely different take on our, as we were following the Timberwolves story that officially broke late last night, or not late last night, but later yesterday evening, like after the show.
Mm-hmm.
If you were watching the show, you know that Jill Adge, our all dirt finder,
man,
she tracked down some random, appears to be some random Twitter user who was speaking with great detail about this situation in Minnesota before it was revealed in all of the different papers and articles and all of that different stuff. So we'll dive into that stuff as well. Let's start with the Giants, though.
Come on, man.
And here's why the Giants get the top of the show nod. Not only did they win, not only did they manage to make an 8-1 lead in the 7th, really exciting, but the Dodgers lost.
Let's go.
So the first time in seemingly forever, the Giants have been able to extend that lead a little bit. It's now a 2-game lead in the NL West, but a game that should not have been interesting last night between the Giants and the Padres got really, really interesting in the final couple of innings.
It did, man. It did. I was sitting there watching that game. First of all, Chris Bryant with a huge bases clearing double in the first inning. That was big time to go up 3-0.
That was my first cue. Oh, you could probably check out and come back later.
Yeah.
3-0. Yeah. I was like, for 3-0 first inning. We're good.
Right. In the game before, they had bases loaded, 1 out. They were already up 1-0. Bases loaded, 1 out in the first inning. Didn't cash in at all. And the cash in yesterday in that same situation, it was big time. So I was like, we're good. Everything's going smooth. Then there was a huge bases loaded, no outs. situation for the Padres, and they got one run out of it. And then this guy Duvall, this young boy is bad. He gets out of it with a strikeout and a double play. And the Giants immediately tack on 2 more runs the following inning. Get to 5-1, tack on some more, gets to 8-1.
Yep.
It's like this is the drama-free game that we needed from the Giants. Just 8-1, we're feeling good. They come out there.
Not so fast.
Yeah. They come out there, gets to 8-2. Tatis hits a home run. They get another 8-3, 8-4. Hey, it's still the 7th, 8th inning. Ain't nothing really worried about that. Then it gets to 8-5. Then we get into the 9th inning, 8-5. They score a run. It's 8-6.
Mm-hmm.
Then all of a sudden a walk happens.
Mm-hmm.
And out of nowhere, I feel like the guy batted 17 times yesterday. He was up all the time. Fernando Tatis Jr. steps to the plate as the winning run. And Damian, when I tell you he made contact.
Oh, yeah.
And I froze for about 1.5 seconds.
Yep.
I ain't lying to you because I thought that thing was gone.
It's the reaction. It's always fascinating, the reaction behind the plate versus the reaction from the outfield. Like by the time the camera switched from the straightaway shot where you could see behind the plate to the outfield, you knew it was short. But that was good for a solid second and a half. Mm-hmm. And when that bat hit the ball, you know how a home run has a sound?
Yeah. Yeah. It had a sound.
That ball had a sound.
All the elements were there. It had a sound. The fans behind home plate jumped up in their seat. Tatis was following through with that bat, holding it in the air. He started going. He thought he might have got a piece of it.
Yep.
And then I even look at Chris Bryant and I see him, and then he's firmly planted about a foot or two inside the warning track. And I said, phew.
Mm-hmm.
Take my deep breath. Giants win 8-6. Let's go, baby. And take a 2-game lead, 10 games to play. And you know what, Damien? Now, when you talk about like seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, starting to see that light at the end of the tunnel. The Dodgers are starting to run out of games here because they're 2 games back with 10 to go. And they could be playing really good baseball, for whatever you want to say about that. They're going to need just right now a 3-game swing to overtake the Giants. Yeah. And that includes the Giants playing they go to Colorado this weekend, but after that they got Arizona for 3, and they got this Padres team that is just finished for 3 at home. So I'm starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. If the Giants were to somehow get to, this is impossible because Scherzer's going for the Dodgers today, but if they were to somehow get to 3 by the weekend, oh boy, I'm gonna be putting some Luke Belaire on ice. Okay. I'm gonna tell you that right now. If they can come out of the weekend at 2, it might be over. If they can come out of the weekend up 2 games, it might be over.
Okay, let's slow down. But I got you. Point valid. They're running out of games. Bigger point, you should always have Luke Belaire on ice, no matter what.
For
that's
sure.
not just
I do. I'll be having that Luke Belaire. Oh, shout out to Black Models 916. He pulled up, man. Boy, did he ever. He pulled up.
That's just not a note for Kenny. That's a note for everybody. You should always have Luke Belaire on ice. You'll never know when you'll have a Chris Bosh situation. So just be prepared to celebrate with the finest sparkling wine that is out there. Speaking of sparkling wine, don't forget E40 Fonzarelli. E40 is going to be with us tomorrow at 3:20. Right now, it seems he's going to join us on the video stream. So make your plans to be with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. As we mentioned, tomorrow is loaded. We're still adding guests as we speak, including some big name guests. We'll fill you in here as the day goes along and we get some confirmation on those. But the Padres have lost 5 straight. They've lost 10 of their last 12. They're 6 back from the Cardinals for the second wild card spot. They were tied entering September It was 23 days ago. My goodness, you talk about a team that is just completely fallen off. Fernando Tatis, we talked about that situation there with him.
Yeah.
0 of 9 with 7 strikeouts and potential walk-off situations in his Major League Baseball career. He's 0 for 2 in the last 2 nights.
Wow.
It's tough.
They have fallen off the face of the earth.
They have.
The manager is going to be gone, and you know who's coming in.
Not. Who?
Who? That boy Bruce Bochy.
That's what I was. I didn't want to say it. Like, is he?
Boch is coming in.
Oh boy,
I think Boch is coming in. Dear. He's going back to San Diego, and that's going to add a whole nother layer. Boch won't let that happen. Boch won't let what happened this year happen in San Diego, and now you're going to have Boch in San Diego, the Dodgers and the Giants doing what they. Woo! Sorry for the Diamondbacks and the Rockies. Sorry to that man, because they don't have a chance in the NL West for the next couple of years.
It's going to be spicy. Not quite as spicy as the news we got from the Minnesota Timberwolves yesterday. And the news got spicier as the day went along. Even if Shams didn't write about it in The Athletic, it's out there. We'll talk about that and the relief that there is actually a more dysfunctional organization out there in the NBA than the Sacramento Kings. We'll touch on that. Lots more ahead, including Jason Jones coming in the 3 o'clock hour. Make your plans. Just kick back, relax. Grab your water, grab your lunch, grab a soda, whatever you drink. Hang out with us. Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, and Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Bochy, like, I ain't leaving California.
San Diego, that's the place. I really enjoy San Diego.
Yeah.
That is a nice place.
Yes, indeed. Man,
Cheryl's back home, man. Back in B-more. Shout out
right
Cheryl.
West Coast
enjoyed you.
Should have come and hung out here, Cheryl. I was telling KC. Y'all didn't want to be social.
That's facts, man. Rain on the top was shorter than leprechauns.
Get it, Biggie.
You can't mess with Hov. What type of X you're on? So John Bull asked a question earlier in the chat, and he said, why is nobody making a big deal about Holmes not being with the team in the offseason the way they are with Bagley? Well, I see what you're trying to do. But number one, Richaun Holmes' commitment or want to be here has never been questioned. Number two, for half of the offseason, he was a free agent. Number three, he's been in Sacramento for like a week and a half, 2 weeks now. Richaun Holmes was in Sacramento.
It wasn't really half the offseason, though. It was only like a couple of weeks. I mean, just to be remember.
When did he sign though? He signed us
July?
The second week.
Yeah. I mean, the free agency was on a Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like it was in the second week. I think.
Well, that's one of the factors. Got mine in, yeah. Oh, Jesus.
What is Dr. Dick? What's happening in here? It's what point? What is going on here? I ain't even gonna click on Dr. David's text. I don't know what's going on over there.
That's wild.
I'm trying to figure out. Welcome back, Damien All Day. We appreciate you.
Yeah, Damien All Day. What's up, man?
Always good to see you. Always good to see you.
Oh, is Brian giving out hats? What?
I gotta be honest. That hat is really bothering me. I keep thinking like it's a camera thing.
No, it's just the wave, man. It's just the wave.
So it's legitimately just the upside down San Francisco logo.
Yeah.
I think it's making my eyes water. I was like, oh no, like there's a camera setting wrong. But it seems to be focused exclusively on Kenny's hat and nothing else. Like there's nothing else wrong except for Kenny's. How did he do that?
I'm pretty sure we are young Sav.
Yeah, we got to be there.
Pretty sure we are. I wanted to be there on Sunday too, and I probably will, but I got to work on that Sunday. Niners got a Sunday night football game that night. So I might pull a Damien. Might be in there for the first half and then out.
There you go. It's the way to go.
Yeah.
Shoot, based on the conversation I had this morning, I'm gonna have to pull a Damien. So unfortunately, I ain't gonna be home by the time the second half starts. That's the problem. Gonna have to pull up League Pass or whatever, or Hulu, and the game on my phone is head back. Slightly longer drive than it used to be.
I got a little more used to it though this last time I came out. Yeah.
I hope so. You came out like twice in 3 weeks.
No big deal. Just made this little dry. Little skirt.
I remember it felt like you had been gone a really long time. And I looked at my phone like, man, Casey ain't hit me yet. Like, bro, you good? He's like, I'm just pulling up. I was like, shoot. 1320 on your radio, 1320 on the Odyssey app. You can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans, by sports and music fans. I bet if you search E40's name, you can find an artist radio station for E40. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Odyssey is a great place to listen to D'Lo and KC live, noon to 4 Pacific Standard Time, or on demand whenever you choose. Odyssey is a great app for all your audio needs, podcasting, D'Lo and Casey live, and of course, music right there. We mentioned the E40 channel. Is 1320 is going to be the E40 channel. It's E40 Niner Friday coming up tomorrow as we get ready for the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers. E40 is going to sit down. We'll talk to him about music. We'll talk to him about being an entrepreneur. We'll talk to him about the Bay Area, and we'll talk to him about his San Francisco 49ers gearing up for their first home game of the season, Sunday Night Football, which I'm sure he'll be in the house for, against the Green Bay Packers.
Real quick, because we're going to get into the Timberwolves and all this. I'm not trying to go off script. I just know may not be baseball again. I just wanted to run some by you. Did you see that tweet that I talked about from Dave Cavill with the A's? Did you catch that on my Twitter? I
didn't.
So Dave Cavill, I don't even know. I think he's like he's not the owner, obviously, but he's like the president of the A's or whatever. He does all the dirty work for the guy who is the owner.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it.
Yeah. So he does this thing like when the A's hit a home run and he has like a boom. Sometimes he makes a tweet or whatever. And he's sitting like in the box and somebody hits a home run and they're rounding the bases for the A's. And he talks about boom, but he pans the entire Coliseum. And I swear you can count how many people are in the stadium.
Oh, I'm looking at it now. Yikes.
And I'm like, my first thought was like, well, you should have just used the highlight from MLB. You didn't need to do that. But then I thought about it and I was like, he did that on purpose.
Oh, sure.
That is not an accident.
Sure.
That he did that.
By the way, Mr. Cavill, turn your phone. What are you doing? Like, are you new to this? Like, turn your phone, for goodness sakes. Do the widescreen. This looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
There's more black space taken up than pictures here on this video. Oh, that's a horrible look.
That was pretty
That's
dirty,
just
though.
Awful.
He didn't have to do that. That was pretty dirty. And you can't tell me that was not done on purpose or strategically.
Yeah. Ain't gonna look like this in Vegas. Or is it? That's the thing about baseball, man. Like, if you buy season tickets, that's a big commitment.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't know that you're going to get, I don't know what baseball stadiums hold. I don't know what the average number of, but it's more than the Golden One Center. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot.
Yeah. Baseball, you're probably looking at like a 40,000.
Sure. At minimum, right? At minimum. And so you ain't going to get 40,000 walk-ups. You probably ain't going to get 30,000 walk-ups or even 20,000 walk-ups or just day of ticket purchasers. So that's tough.
I do think that
baseball's tough,
and I know baseball's a little different, but I do think that if we're just being fair, if we're just being honest, Vegas is they've shown up for everything that's come to Vegas.
Yep.
So I don't think the A's will be any different from the onset. Now,
I have more of a concern about baseball than I do Vegas.
Yeah, I understand. And I know I think they got a AAA team, and I think they do well, or whatever the case may be. And you'll always have one of those things with the hotels and casinos and stuff like that. Hey, you're here for the weekend. Here's tickets to go to the A's game, things like that. Now you're maybe not going to get 20,000 of those comp tickets, but
yeah,
I think it'll do all right, especially if the team is good. The real question.
Well, remember though, those tickets aren't comped. Those tickets are bought
by the casino.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
they're just given out to their people, and their people can make a decision as to whether they're going to go or not.
Right. The
so they may be sold, but the arena will still be, or the stadium, would still be empty.
Facts. The question with Vegas, with baseball, and I feel Vegas with, maybe not with football because it may just work either way, but A's go to Vegas, first 5 years will be fine. 5 years from that opening night, if they're no good,
the newness
are they still going to show up?
Yeah, I got you.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. But Dave Kaval, that was dirty pool right there. That was uncalled for.
Just trying to get the job done. Trying to get the job done. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in here on the conversation, or you could jump in the chat house on Twitch or YouTube. If you were with us yesterday, we were following the story of the Minnesota Timberwolves and their dismissal of their general manager, and immediately he was like, wow, a week before camp. This is interesting. Okay. And then we started getting some text messages like, hey, take a look at this. Hey, take a look at this. It was like, oh, dear. Okay. Well, we're not going to report that because that's some guy on Twitter. And it turns out that guy on Twitter was 100% accurate. And I saw the alert for Sham's story, and I read Sham. Now, Sham's article is bad for an entirely different reason. That's bad business. That's a bad organization. That's bad structure of a front office. And if all of these people who said they were, because Shams kept referencing these people who wanted to speak on Garrett's behalf, but didn't want to go on the record, well, then you ain't saying nothing. Like, if you can't go on the record, you ain't saying nothing.
Right.
If you got to hide behind if you got to be an anonymous source, you ain't really repping your dude that hard.
Right.
So Shams wrote that whole article out, and it's like, yeah, this is Sachin Gupta banned from the facility, not allowed to make a lateral move to Houston. All of these different, it was too close to the draft. All of these different things, and it's like, all right, Shams, it ain't what we heard. Like, there's like a part 2 to this story that Shams didn't touch on. But if you circled around to some of the guys covering the story locally in Minnesota, woo, that story got a little bit more salacious as the evening went on. And there were rumors of, or not rumors, I think there are now confirmed reports as both of these people were let go, about a relationship between the general manager and his executive assistant. General manager is married to someone who is not his executive. Apparently they were in a luxury box, just acting like two teenagers, I guess.
Wow.
And video evidence or photographic evidence was presented to his superiors, and thus leads us to the moment that we got yesterday when the tweet went out that Minnesota had parted ways with their general manager.
That's a crazy story. That's a trip. I was digging a little bit more into this, and it sounds like he was going to be let go at some point anyway. They weren't really feeling him in the front office or new ownership, whoever. They were not liking the way that he was moving and operating, and they were moving in that direction anyway. But this latest personal incident, personal/work incident, that just kind of expedited the process. And they were like, all right, we don't need this around here. Let's move on now. So that's the timing is crazy. The situation itself is crazy. Minnesota's a wreck.
Yeah, well,
not my job.
Ain't our problem.
Sorry, B-Lo and JC.
I'm sorry, Minnesota, that you are appear to be a more again. Jimmy Butler is the one thing that separates the Minnesota Timberwolves from the Sacramento Kings and having the longest playoff drought in NBA. In correct me, it'd be NBA history now at this point. It wouldn't be the Clippers. It would be the Timberwolves. One stop from Jimmy Butler. And that's all it is. You talk about, like you brought this up, I think it was yesterday, even though the show RIP no longer exists. Y'all had an As the King's Turn segment while completely ignoring, hell, even when Jimmy was there, it was something.
Right.
Like Jimmy went at their best player or their second best player when he was there. Jimmy went straight at Karl Anthony Towns. That was the moment. Like, how this doesn't get talked about enough. And I understand why. I should take that back. This doesn't get talked about enough. Given the last 2 years, I understand why. Talking about the player and the player only going back to 2019. Yo, wasn't Karl Anthony Towns seemed to have escaped the soft label pretty quick. Because it was pretty clear who Jimmy was talking about. Hell, I think Karl Anthony Towns made it clear that Jimmy Butler was talking about him. But, man, he fell out of that label quick. Again, this is removing everything that happened in 2020 and 2021. Take all that stuff out of the equation. Just going back to 2019, he escaped that really quickly.
You know, the interesting thing about that as well is while that may be how Jimmy looked at Karl Anthony Towns and how he felt about him, Andrew Wiggins was on that team as well. And when Jimmy sees Andrew Wiggins, it's like love. It's like, oh, what's up, big dog? Like, hey, all right, big bro, I see you. Da-da-da-da. And it's like, I never looked at Andrew Wiggins as being some kind of dog out there. So why is Jimmy so gung-ho and cool with Andrew Wiggins and he has a problem with Karl Anthony Towns? Maybe because he feels Karl Anthony Towns is the best player on the team and that's his responsibility to be that type of leader. Maybe that's the case. But Jimmy, how you all good with Andrew Wiggins? Andrew Wiggins is as passive and soft as they come, I feel.
Maybe in Jimmy's remarks following that very, 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 very famous press conference or famous practice, maybe he was referring to the Timberwolves as a whole. We took it as Karl Anthony Towns because Karl Anthony Towns was the one who responded. After, interestingly enough, he responded after Jimmy was traded. After Jimmy was gone, he responded to him indirectly. But I think that's what was like. Are you talking about Karl Anthony Towns? I don't know. I don't know. But that's all that separates the Timberwolves and the Kings right now. That one playoff appearance that they got on the last day. Had Mike Malone and the Denver Nuggets won that game.
That was an overtime game, too.
That's it. And they ain't got no segment running as the Timberwolves turn, or I don't know what else you could call it, but
in the
Young in the Timberwolves.
Young in the Timberwolves Hospital.
Thank you.
Like
there you go.
The interesting thing about the Timberwolves and the more I was trying not to use this word, but let's just say the more pathetic thing when it comes to the Timberwolves, as we mentioned it before, they've had the number one pick 3 times in that span. How do you mess up the number one pick on 3 different occasions? You had a player like Kevin Love on your squad, and say whatever you want about Kevin Love right now. At the time, he was a really good basketball player for Minnesota, and they were terrible.
Hell, they couldn't get Kevin Garnett right, but the once. Like, we're talking about Kevin Love. We're talking about Kevin Love. We're talking about Karl Anthony Towns. They couldn't get Kevin Garnett right. But the once. They got it right once. And then I feel like we had this stat before. They didn't make they had that one appearance. They ran, where they were really, really good. And then they didn't make the playoffs after that. Is that right? I feel like we looked up that.
They had a couple of playoff. They didn't make it out of the first round, but that one time.
Okay.
And I think maybe like after that series, maybe they made it once or twice. Maybe there was a couple times they didn't make the playoffs. Okay. But it was literally just that one time where there was any kind of positive experience.
I mean, it was over when KG left. It's not like they broke something up. Like when he left, it was over.
Yeah. Yeah, they couldn't figure out KG and Stephon.
Yeah, it's true.
They hadn't figured out nothing. How did you think about it? What have they ever gotten right?
I have no answer, Professor Caraway.
I would say move them, but I had a really good experience in downtown Minnesota one time. Minneapolis. Very cool place.
So for that reason alone, you don't want to move the Timberwolves out of Minnesota.
Well, it's a cool city. It's not no disrespect because I've never been there. It's not like Oklahoma City.
I don't think anyone takes that as disrespect.
We don't need a basketball team in Oklahoma City.
We don't. But the answer to every bad franchise isn't to move them. This is a poorly run organization who just changed ownership groups.
Mm-hmm.
So I think my rule. You missed the playoffs 10 years, you got to sell the team. You missed the playoffs 10 years in a row. You got to apparently Glenn Taylor's riding with me. He's like, you know what? That D'Lo in Sacramento is right. I'm out of here. I'm gonna give the team to Alex Rodriguez, Mark Lore, and
clock has started with A-Rod.
That's right. The clock has started now, and he's. What I don't understand either about this Minnesota story is they got Sachin Gupta stepping in as the. I guess he's the interim general manager, but it's like. Yo, he's a legit general manager. Why don't you that's your guy? Like hire him as your guy.
Because they don't know what they're doing.
That's true too. Oh, that's right. You're right. My bad. They want Elton Brand.
Oh my God.
And his long string of successes that he had in Philadelphia.
Come on, man.
Let's just
and I like Elton Brand, man. I've had some good experiences with Elton Brand in the past, but come on, man.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's all collectively run through Elton Brand's successes in Philadelphia together.
Yeah, I can't.
Okay, we're done.
Yeah, I can't.
That was it.
Can't come up with it.
That was it. Hell, what is Elton Brand's job right now?
Chilling.
Waiting to get a job where he actually has some control.
Yeah,
because ain't nobody talking about Elton Brand fixing the Ben Simmons situation.
Mm-mm.
Elton Brand ain't the one on with the Golden State Warriors asking for Steph, Clay, and the Chase Center. This is all put on the shoulders of Daryl Morey.
What's the official time?
I think Elton Brand's
the GM and Daryl Morey's the president of basketball operations. Is that what it is?
Yes, correct.
But Daryl
and essentially Elton Brand is Tommy from Martin. For those who don't get that reference, it means he ain't got no job, man. He ain't got no job.
He's I forgot his name on the show, but the older gentleman on The Wire who would like paint the toys. Remember, he was on the force, but they had basically banished him.
Yeah.
Until they started the Wire project.
Definitely don't remember his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely don't remember.
But he was there. He was on the force. He didn't do anything, but play with his, paint his toys all day. That's Elton Brand right now.
He got a jersey. That's pretty much it. He got a jersey.
Yeah.
As we mentioned a couple of days ago, Adam Morrison had a jersey for the Lakers championship.
He did. Got a ring. Got a ring.
Yeah. Didn't do anything for it. Didn't have to work for it. And that was Elton Brand. And you know what? This might not be a bad time to be in that situation. With all of the heat that's on Philadelphia right now, with everybody watching Daryl Morey, with everybody's hearing about these trade proposals from the Philadelphia 76ers, again, no one's attaching Elton Brand's name to any of this.
No.
All Daryl Morey.
He got a clean, well, unless you listen to D'Lo on KC, he's got a clean slate whatever job he goes to next.
As it pertains to Ben Simmons, he certainly does. But again, you don't have to look far back to figure, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it was Elton Brand that brought in Al Horford. It was Elton Brand that lost Jimmy Butler. It was Elton Brand that kept surrounding. And I guess this is, in a way, the Daryl Morey philosophy. It's what Daryl Morey was doing in Houston. Elton Brand was, I guess, at least attempting to do it on a different level. He was just trying to bring high price talent in over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And it failed. I mean, you could argue whether Tobias worked. Al Horford certainly didn't.
No, Al Horford did not.
Jimmy, you lost Jimmy. That may have been your best opportunity to win. You lost him. It's just one after the other after the other. It just ain't working.
They lost JJ Redick as well. That was a big piece.
That was a huge piece. But didn't they lose JJ Redick because they brought in Al Horford?
I think so. Yeah. Co in the chat. We're talking about Leicester.
Okay,
that's a
good call there, Co.
That's a phenomenal call by Co. But let me. I just want to get my timelines right.
Okay,
because we're on Elton Brand's head pretty tough right now. But how long was he in charge? Because who was in charge? This was fairly recent when the guy got fired for the wife having the burner.
Colangelo.
Like that wasn't that long ago.
No, I mean that was a while ago.
That was maybe 2 seasons ago.
No, I
don't think Colangelo brought in Al Horford. I think that might have been one of Elton Brand's first jobs, but before that, I think it was Colangelo.
No, Colangelo was like Elton Brand was the he was the I think he was the GM of the G League team. I think that's where he came from. He was promoted to general manager September. He just celebrated his 4-year anniversary. Oh, 3-year anniversary. Gosh, that seems like it was a longer time than that. September 20th, 2018.
He's been in charge of 2 seasons. Because that
18 to 19, 19 to 20, 20 to 21.
The reason why I think about that is because I remember he didn't lose Jimmy. That's what triggered it for me when you said that. He didn't lose
Colangelo did.
Colangelo. And nobody really knows why Jimmy left, but Colangelo was in charge when they lost Jimmy. That's the biggest fail that this franchise has had in the last 10 years. Marcus, maybe you can
for sure
tap in here, but I think that is the one. If they would have been able to find Jimmy, none of this would be happening. Like they'd be able to figure out the Ben Simmons thing. They'd have enough to work around all that. And I try to check in with that. Nobody really knows why Jimmy left.
So I'm on Wikipedia because that's always accurate information. And just the first line, it's labeled the Colangelo era of the Philadelphia 76ers. And the first line just made me laugh. Sam Hinkie resigned by way of 7,000 word letter resignation. I don't know why I find that funny, but it very much is to me.
Why is that even on the? Why would they even put that on there?
I don't know. He resigned by way of a 7,000 word letter of resignation. That's absolutely spectacular.
It's a lot. I just would have said I'm gone.
I'm back. I'm gone. That's it. Following a controversy involving fake Twitter accounts, the 76ers parted ways with Brian Colangelo on June 7, 2018. I'm trying to look for more in-depth stuff on Jimmy Butler, and I can't seem to find it.
I think because I was listening to this a couple months ago, and like you ask them, and people have their own theories, but they're trying to figure out, they don't know exactly why they weren't able to bring him back.
Now, wait a second, though. Your timeline's wrong.
Okay.
Colangelo resigned on September 18th. I think we just said Elton Brand took the job on September 20th. On November 12th, the 76ers traded Sark, Robert Covington, Jared Bayless, and a 2022 second-round pick to the Minnesota Timberwolves in exchange for Jimmy Butler. And, of course, the great Justin Patton. That was Elton Brand.
Okay. I got you.
And then it was the trade deadline that same year that they got Tobias Harris.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Man, they really botched this whole thing.
Yeah. Because I'm trying to think. Yeah.
So here's another thing. Maybe Jimmy signed with the Miami Heat. Maybe he just didn't. Maybe he wanted to be in Miami and not Philadelphia.
See, there's been differing opinions. One of it was Brett Brown. Some people say that he didn't like Brett Brown, and the Sixers weren't willing to move off of Brett Brown. It hasn't been that cut and dry from everything. At least I'm listening on the Philly perspective. Like they don't know. They're like, Jimmy, it seemed like a perfect situation. Philly is a perfect place. The town, the city, the culture, everything that's perfect for Jimmy Butler, in my opinion, and in a lot of other people's opinion as well. And he just they couldn't get it done. Philly didn't find a way to get it done for him. One thing Philly did find a way to get done and get done right. I'm confident in saying this. Did you see who their new play-by-play announcer is?
Yes, indeed. Can we get some air horns?
Yeah.
I was thinking about, why don't we add to the star-studded Friday and get her on the show tomorrow? But I don't think this was an official announcement. I think this was the leaked announcement today. So she
got leaked news.
You got. So the great Kate Scott is taking over as
that is major.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah,
that's huge. Congrats
to
Kate Scott, and she's still family here, man. So congrats to Kate. Yeah, that's awesome. She's going to be handling television duties.
Yeah, I think it's TV. Yeah.
For the Philadelphia 76ers, man. That's great stuff. So congratulations to Kate Scott. We'll step out. We'll come back. Oh, boy. We found a top 10 players under 25 list.
Oh, boy.
Guess who wasn't on it?
Uh-oh, we got a new addition to.
Casey went to Best Buy and said,
that's not it.
What the hell was it? Okay. All right. See, I can see Casey fiddling around with the buttons, and I know he wants to hit a button. I don't even know what he just.
I don't even know what that was.
What do I talk you to sleep at night? What was that?
I don't know what it was.
Okay.
Because you were quiet during the recording. I don't know what that was.
We'll be back with more of D'Lo and Casey next. What talking about you going to Best Buy for? When did we talk about that?
Who knows? We had to, yeah, but I wasn't recording at that time.
Oh man.
That is funny.
Is that the whole drop? Casey went to Best Buy.
I don't even know what he's saying. Here, we'll play it. Let's see what he says.
Casey went to Best Buy and said, "Give me the loudest mouse you have."
Chip, you know what? You just made the list.
There we go.
No.
We get
Jeez almighty.
Oh man.
Wow.
That is very funny.
Thanks, Leezy. We'll send that clip to him and see what we could do. Jesse, I don't know if you could do this during the show. If you can cut the Matt George interview during the show from Twitch, yeah. Could you do that? If not, if you can't cut it during the show, don't worry about it. I'll cut it afterwards. Yeah. Well, that's where you usually cut the clips, right? It's Twitch. Okay. I think so. Well, wait, let me make sure that you did. Maybe I didn't see it because maybe I didn't see it. We need 4 Twitch subscribers to get to 400. Our Twitch views pop, man. I know y'all don't think we show enough love to Twitch, but y'all be on it over there on Twitch, man. Twitch better have my money. Okay, cool.
Hey, anybody here in the picks league, get your picks in.
Why don't you throw that reminder out there at about 3:55?
Okay. Now, once again, if you don't do it today, I think it only affects the game today. I think you have till Sunday morning.
Panthers and
Texans.
Oh, yikes.
It's tough. He started a week late.
Hey, why don't you kiss my ass? I meant to look at my record. If I like my record in 1-score games has to be just brutal.
It's tough, man.
Just brutal.
They got some interesting games this week. Sorry, Jesse. I think the Raiders are going 3-0.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who was the quarterback again?
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you.
Oh, what a jackass. What a jackass.
Oh, it's 12:47.
Oh.
Yeah, I just noticed.
I'm struggling. I'm only four games off the lead. 5 games off the lead.
Not today. Just tell him Monday. I'm gonna pull up.
Chris, if we're playing them in a series, yeah, sure. We play them in a series. I ain't got no problem with the Cardinals. We'll smack them. I don't want to play them in a wild card game. They're hot right now. Hot.
Okay.
Hot.
We are monitoring Kings media availability today as someone is going to step to the podium here at some point today. Not to be vague, but that's all the information we have. The time has been set for 12:45. I know that our wonderful crew over there at the Sacramento Kings have just kind of started the meeting and opened things up. So when we know who it is, we'll relay that to you. And as we mentioned, if it's Luke, Buddy, or Marvin, we will go to that live. Yeah. Quite honestly, we're really curious. We're really curious to what all of those different people have to say. Not a knock on Davion or Tyrese or De'Aaron. With those guys or Harrison, we didn't know what the questions will be. I'm pretty confident what the first question to Buddy Hield is going to be. And I really want to hear the response. Go ahead, partner.
No, I was just going to say I want to hear everything Buddy has to say right now, to be honest. Buddy and Marvin and Luke. That would be my dream scenario today. We can get all 3 of those. That'd be crazy.
Sentence I can almost assure you will never be uttered again. I want to hear everything Buddy Hield has to say today. Again, I don't imagine that sentence is ever going to be uttered again. But it definitely is out there in the world today, and
I think it's going to be Rashawn.
Curious.
That's.
I think it's Rashawn too. I think it's Rashawn.
It could still. They've done like 2 or 3 at a time, so it could still be Buddy as well. But I think Rashawn will be in there.
I wouldn't be mad at hearing Rashawn either.
I wouldn't either.
Given the
just hearing the whole process,
free agency. Yeah. I wouldn't. Maybe we'll go live to Rashawn too.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens here as media availability for the Sacramento Kings gets underway here shortly.
Real quick, a little bit more on that Timberwolves situation. Kings were involved. I got the note from Darren Wolfson, who said, another Timberwolves note gleaned from this crazy day.
Yep.
Highly regarded personnel scouting coordinator Sager Sarin, I hope I said that right, is expected to take a job with the Kings. He says maybe Gupta, if not too late, can work some magic. I hear Sarin is a super sharp, very bright future. And then our girl Jill Adge, she's on all this stuff.
Oh yeah,
she tapped in with the tweet as well. It said at USC, served as a graduate assistant and head manager for the basketball team in Houston. Talking about the Rockets, he held positions as assistant video coordinator, and basketball operations and scouting intern. In Minnesota, he was the personal scouting coordinator. So I'm not going to act like I know a lot about this guy, but
I guarantee you
highly hold him in high regard as an up-and-comer in this league.
I guarantee you Jill Adge could do a 30 to 45-minute press podcast on that particular person. Like when it comes to GMs, assistant GMs, video coordinators, scouts, that's her bag. right there. Jill Adge will now be referred to as D'Lo McCasey's front office expert.
Oh, for sure.
That is her official title within the program. Front office expert. Jill Adge.
I got another thing about the Kings in this Timberwolves deal. I was thinking about this today, and we joked a little bit yesterday. I don't think it's at the point. Like, I think you got to go through maybe half the season, maybe the entire season before you get into Karl-Anthony Towns wants out territory, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with a player like Karl-Anthony Towns, with a player like Ben Simmons, you only have so many of those slots available, right? To be able to go after a guy like that. And it feels like the Kings may have one slot, like they can afford, through trade and stuff like that, somebody that's making $30 to $40 million if they're disgruntled. And people want to use that on Ben Simmons. The thing about that is once you use it on Ben Simmons, that slot is filled, it's gone. And I would be, if Ben Simmons comes to Sacramento and 9 months later, Karl-Anthony Towns is available, I'd rather use the slot on Karl-Anthony Towns.
Yeah.
And I know it's an inexact science because you don't know if I get it, but I'm just thinking about, do I want to use that slot on Ben Simmons, or do I wait and see if I can use it later down the road?
See, now you're being Daryl Morey. Now you're Daryl Caraway. Because what's Daryl Morey doing? Allegedly, Adrian Wojnarowski, the NBA insiders, what are they telling us? He's waiting for what? Dame or Brad? That's what he's waiting for. According to the reports, Daryl Morey's waiting for Dame Lillard or Bradley Beal, which there appears to be, and I know I don't even know that you could say there's smoke around Dame Lillard in Portland. There's just a little, it's like a sparkler.
Yeah,
it's really nothing that gets your attention. It's nothing. Like it's nothing. It's not.
I was going to say that this would go against what you're saying, but it's a smoker. It's not flamed up. Like,
no,
it's just a,
it's a cigar lighter. It's stronger than a regular lighter, but it's a cigar lighter. That's all it is. It's nothing. It's nothing major. Brad, hell with Brad. There's nothing. With Bradley Beal, there's nothing but our own imaginations.
Right.
Like it's hashtag save Bradley Beal. Like, yo, I'm good. I don't need to be saved. I don't want to be saved. I'm straight. Like, he's good. But yet there's these beliefs that Daryl Morey is waiting for one of those two. If you're running the Sacramento Kings and you're sitting up here talking about, well, I want to wait to see if Karl-Anthony Towns is available, I'm going to look at you like, KC, you got a guy who's available right now that you at least have an opportunity to go get. Like, we have no idea if Karl-Anthony Towns is going to be available.
Right.
We thought Devin Booker, you said yourself, you thought Devin Booker was going to be available. Then what happened?
Then Chris Paul came. But Karl-Anthony Towns is just the figurehead in this argument. Somebody's going to become available. It happens all the time, like every year. Do I want to fill that slot up with Ben Simmons? We all know how I go about. I would be hesitant to fill that slot up with Ben Simmons, because once you fill it up, like, you're locked in for the next 5-6 years.
But would there be? You're really locked in for the next. He's got 4 years left on his deal. You're locked in for like the next 3. Like, for sure. You're locked in for 3.
Is enough to get a lot of people fired.
Hell, this year is enough to get a lot of people fired. But point taken. Like, I hear you, but at the same time, there's let's use it. Anthony Davis was available, right? Mm-hmm. But he wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
He was available for the Lakers. He wasn't available for anybody else.
Right.
There's a unique situation with Ben Simmons in the sense that you could probably still get. I'm not trying to start a fight here. In my opinion, you could still get good production from Ben Simmons. He's 25 years old. There's still a lot that you could do with him.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this unique caveat to all of this, in that almost certainly the price will never be lower. Now you start factoring in other stars, and I know you were using Karl Anthony Towns as a figure. Like Karl Anthony Towns' price, at least this year, isn't going to be as low as
you're right.
As Ben Simmons is.
Yeah, you're right.
You could run through player after player after player after player, imaginary player after imaginary player. There probably isn't going to be one as low as available for as what we perceive to be as low of a price as Ben Simmons.
Yeah. Now with a player like Karl Anthony Towns, I'm willing to up my price though.
Okay,
so it goes both ways. I'm willing to up the price if Karl Anthony Towns is on the table or a player of his ilk. Just something I thought about. You know what I mean? Like that's the other aspect of it. It doesn't matter if it's Ben Simmons or Karl Anthony Towns or anybody. You're tying your tenure, if you're Monty McNair, to whoever you fill that slot with. So it better work.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes back to what I was talking about yesterday. It better work. Do you trust Ben Simmons to make it work? I don't know if I do. I'm basically saying this. I'm trusting you with my employment here. Some people trust them, other people wouldn't. I don't know.
Shout out to John Bull for this follow-up note from the previous conversation. As of 23 minutes ago, the Philadelphia 76ers officially announced Kate Scott. Therefore, we can reach out to her and see if we can get her on the show. You can't reach out to her. Give it to him.
Kate Scott.
By the way, I appreciate you hitting the right button this time.
what you talking about? What you talking about the right button?
Casey went to Best Buy and said, "Give me the loudest mouse you have." I don't even know why you recorded that. Like, what is happening? What did your man record that for? That's creepy. Yo, you creepier than the Minnesota Timberwolves general manager. What are you doing?
I think this is what I was looking for.
Chip, you know what? You just made the list.
That's what I was looking for earlier.
We're flashing back to WWE of many years ago. The Zoom call is open, but no one is in front of that Kaiser Permanente banner.
Wow, one of the most anticipated Zoom calls of all time.
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
Just wait. This is very Bash at the Beach 1996. I cannot wait to see. Who comes to the podium. Honest, it's got to be Rashawn.
Yeah,
it's got to be.
It's got to be Rashawn. But like we talked about, I mean, maybe they just did one with Davion. I'm trying to think.
No, they did. They did Harrison. They did Harrison and Davion, and they did De'Aaron and Tyrese.
Yeah. So it's gonna be Rashawn and Mo.
And it is, in fact, it's our man. It's Chimezie Metu. All right. It's Hornswoggle. Oh man!
Oh, come on, man!
There is nobody a bigger fan of Chimezie Metu than this crew right here. And I'm talking about the people listening, the people watching. I'm talking about you and I'm talking about Jesse. That is our mans in them.
Yeah.
But we're not going to Freeport Live.
Nah, we ain't going to Freeport, man. We gonna stay on this side of town, man. We ain't going to Freeport, man.
But now, just full transparency, what we're doing, we're rolling on Chimezie Metu. We'll run that back for you later. You'll still hear what Chimezie Metu had to say. The other guys, we were really eager to hear what they were going to say. Yeah. We were going to go to that live.
And like we just said, it's not over. Maybe they pull up. I don't know.
Dude,
it's like it's going to be. Yeah, I'm about to say, it looks like it's going to be Chimezie and Mo Harkless.
Mo Harkless could be the.
Would we go with Tristan talks? I think if Tristan talks, I'd want to hear what Tristan has to say.
I'd be. There's actually a couple of things there, which is why we're recording them. That I would be curious about. Less Tristan Thompson, more Harkless, because you have been team Mo Harkless for since the acquisition. Yeah, I was like, KC, I don't like why. I don't know why he'd be here. And sure enough, here he is.
Yeah.
He's here. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We are so happy that you are here with us. Dan Plocher of 1250 The Fan in Milwaukee, host the Green and Gold post-game show as well. He's going to join us coming up at 1:50. We'll get you ready for the 49ers and the Packers, the home opener on Sunday Night Football. We'll also talk to Jason Jones of The Athletic coming up at 3:20. He'll join us on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Let's throw out a couple of other notes here for you real quick, because I want to mention this a lot. We've talked about tomorrow's show being loaded. Jesse, let's go ahead and reach out to Kate Scott and see if she can join us. We've got a text. We might be running out of room for guests. Jesse's got multiple texts out there. I'm not going to reveal who he was texting today because we don't have confirmation that person's going to be with us. But we know Brian Baldinger is going to be with us tomorrow. We know that Quentin Mayo is going to be with us tomorrow. Kyle Madsen is going to be with us tomorrow. And E40 will be with us for a bulk of the 3 o'clock hour tomorrow as well. Jam-packed
Friday here on D-Lo and KC. I can't wait, man. It's going to be some good times. Plus, 49ers Packers. Getting ready for that. 49er Friday. Let's go.
Now, I don't want to let Brad Boykin skate here, because we mentioned this just a moment ago that we found a top 10 under 25 list over on CBS, and we'll spare you the drama. He didn't put Luka Doncic on it. Now, or excuse me, he didn't put. I'm looking at Luka Doncic's name. Luka Doncic was number 1. He didn't put De'Aaron Fox on it. He put De'Aaron Fox at number 11. But what I want to point out, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is on it. Bam Adebayo, Ja Morant.
Boys, we loving Bam Adebayo, boy.
Jamal Murray, Devin Booker, Jalen, Zion, Tatum, Trey, and Luka Doncic. Here's what he wrote, though. This is actually what got my attention. Less the list and more this write-up. Because much like your man over at Bleacher Report, who's scared of D-Lo and KC, particularly KC, he wrote this big, long, glowing review of De'Aaron Fox. Here's what Brad wrote. Only in a point guard era this rich can a guy like Fox, who averaged 25 points and 7 assists last season, not even sniff an all-star nod, and here I am leaving him out of the top 10 players under 25. The second Jamal Murray, Jaylen Brown, and Devin Booker age out of the list, Fox shoots up. But for the next month or so, the 32% three-point shooting mark holds him back. He's just not a good enough defender to jump a guy like Gilgeous-Alexander, who is roughly an equivalent scorer, but a bigger playoff threat because of his shooting.
What is he talking about?
So, okay, a couple of things to take away from there. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I believe, is a skilled scorer, but we're projecting Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and what he'll do in the playoffs?
He was looking funny in the light when he was in the playoffs in the bubble. And he's playing with Chris Paul.
Bro, we've got to kill this De'Aaron isn't a good enough defender thing. Like, that's trash.
Yeah, I'm not with that.
I'm not oversensitive to these lists unless they're unless they're like the Lonzo Ball, Bam Adebayo, unless they're like that whole thing that the Bleacher Report dude did. But this is good. This assessment of De'Aaron to me is just flat out wrong. De'Aaron is just that. He is a good defender. I think De'Aaron has the ability. I won't go so far as to say a great defender. I know who the Kings just hired as an assistant coach, though, and I know how much he believes in De'Aaron's defensive abilities. I think De'Aaron has the ability to be one of the better defending point guards in the league.
I agree. I absolutely agree. We've seen it on a number of different occasions, but then again, we watch the Sacramento Kings. These guys don't. The other thing about that is, you know, you guys know how I feel about Ja Morant. I love him as a basketball player. You know, I feel that Fox is better than Ja Morant. But I like Ja, so I understand the appeal of Ja Morant. I understand it, but the things don't add up, because once again, when you talk about watching the games, I've said this since I was really starting to dial in on Ja Morant since early last season. Ja Morant don't play defense at all. Not only is he a bad defender, but they hide him in the corner on the defensive end. So if your argument is one about shooting from beyond the arc or one about defense, yet you have Ja ahead of De'Aaron Fox, while De'Aaron Fox has better numbers than Ja Morant. What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Are we literally just saying because the Grizzlies have been in the playoffs, that's why we're putting Ja ahead? And if that's what you want to do it, that's fine. But that's also a team achievement, not an individual achievement. We want to say the Grizzlies have the better up and coming core, right? Put that in your core list. Put that in your who I would take for 5 years in the future as a franchise list because they've made the playoffs. When you talk about individuals, if you're paying attention, if you're watching, I just don't know how you continue to put Ja Morant ahead of De'Aaron Fox.
Can I read to you what he wrote about Ja?
Sure.
So I just wrote what I just read to you what he wrote about De'Aaron in its totality. Here's what he wrote about Ja. Morant averaged 30 points and 8 assists in his first playoff series. He's a video game athlete and a nightmare to keep out of the lane where his push shot, sort of a half pull-up, half floater, we're familiar, Brad, is virtually impossible to stop. His finishing percentages aren't all that great in the restricted area, around 60%, depending on which stat sites you go off. And he drops to 38% in the paint, but outside the restricted area, which registers him well below the 50 percentile at his position around the league. Here's the part that got me. There is a throw the numbers out element to Morant's game. When it's on the line, you just feel good about having the ball in his hands because he controls his own destiny, which is to say, there are very few defenders who can keep him from where he wants to go.
So this guy.
Do you think he mixed up the two evaluations?
It's a possibility.
Oh, wow.
It's a possibility because you mentioned at that end. If you're, what's my man's name? Bryant?
I think it's Brad.
If you're Brad, you mentioned everything about Ja that can be said about De'Aaron Fox. Yet didn't we read a stat about De'Aaron Fox finish percentage at the rim was like Giannis, LeBron, De'Aaron, and somebody like that. So you knock Ja and you talk about that's not great. Fox does that better. You talk about the 3-point percentage. Fox isn't Dale Ellis out there, but he does that better. He's a better defender. He's a more willing defender. His numbers are all the way better. But you know what? There's just something that you can't describe when you talk about Ja. You just can't put into words. What you're telling me is to hell with the facts. To hell with what everything else says. Just to hell with it. Ja is better. Now, that's his opinion. If that's how he feels, because I understand there's some things you just see with the eye test. Hell, people will say I do that with Ben Simmons. His numbers are good, but I just look at him and I see something different. So I get it, but it's not making any sense. Help him make sense, Damian.
He not defended. I think he covered his take on Ja because these types of things get talked about, and I'm sure he knew this, just as my man knew about his draft was going to get talked about. But he patted Ja Morant with two very specific points. Morant averaged 30 and 8 in his first playoff series. That's the first thing. That's how he led the evaluation. He closed it with, there's a throw the numbers out element to Morant's game. That's how he padded all of the stuff he wrote about him in between. Yeah, you got to throw the numbers out because you got to throw the numbers out because there's a guy with much better numbers who I'm leaving off of this list.
Yeah. And the funny thing about that is you talked about Spider-Man meme with these two or whatever the case. I see it. I think Fox is a left-handed Ja Morant and Ja Morant is a right-handed De'Aaron Fox. I think that's one of the reasons why they're always compared because they are so similar. But it's just interesting how there's a throw the numbers out element to Ja's game, but not to De'Aaron. If you hear me talk about Ja
with De'Aaron, you don't have to throw out his numbers.
Yeah, right.
De'Aaron, you can look right at that boy
right there. Yeah. The funny thing, and this is what I always talk about, Damien. I think you've come to know me here. I say all the time about how good I think Ja is and how close he is to who De'Aaron is. You can't have one without the other, in my opinion. You can't say there's a throw the numbers element out to the talent that Ja has and not say Fox has the same thing. Just like I wouldn't say that about Fox and not say that about Ja. But they do it routinely. They don't watch the game, man. This I already kind of figured that because of some other stuff that I've seen in the media for a long time. But this summer just confirmed it. They either don't know, don't show, or don't care about what's really going on in Sacramento.
I tried to mouth the line, but yeah, you improvised there. I noticed this note that he put with his evaluation of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You'll see below that De'Aaron Fox didn't quite crack the top 10 of this list, which feels wrong, and SGA's three-point shooting is the difference. De'Aaron's a better defender than SGA.
I don't know about that. SGA is a good defender.
I believe he is. I believe he's a good defender. I just think De'Aaron's better.
He has the ability to, but he doesn't always lock in. But at the same time, this goes back to my point. De'Aaron, he can't lock in all the time because he's got to score 25 points a night and he's got to get 8 assists. And he's like, he can't. Shai, he can score his 22 and maybe all he has to do is shoot. Like when Chris Paul was there, all he had to do was shoot. He didn't have to distribute and get everybody involved.
I think the narrative that De'Aaron isn't a good defender is trash, man. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll continue to monitor what's going on at Kings media availability. It's Chimezie Metu is at the podium right now. We're running on that. We'll play that back for you later. We've also got a home opener at Levi Stadium tonight between the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers. We'll dive into that. It's D'Lo McCasey. Continue on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Did he say something?
Oh man, it's D'Lo, Casey, and Mitch.
Oh,
Mitch is our dude, man. Come on,
Kyle. That's pretty funny.
Yeah,
Kyle, that's pretty funny right there.
I need. Where are they? There they are.
You gotta watch the games. Ace, you don't watch the Kings, man. They're gonna be on people's heads.
But does that really determine who's a better player?
No, not at all. I haven't seen him, Steven. Point him out to me. Tag me at IMK Diddy on Twitter, man, because I ain't seen not one, to be honest with you.
Oh shoot, it's right there. What you doing? Come on, man.
Will Z in the house.
We'll see. Oh boy, those are a lot of numbers. Will Fox, DP.
Well, Z heated. More numbers. Will.
I see I see letters and numbers. Will I see letters?
What is
and numbers.
DBPM? Defensive. I don't know. I was going to say possessions, but explain that
per minute. Defensive.
I don't know what the B is.
I don't know what it is either. Defensive box plus minus. Who? What? Will what?
Now you lost me.
Will's like, I'm going to straighten this all out. I will not stand for this. I will not stand for this. How the hell do you highlight something on here?
That's really dope for Kate Scott, man. She
yeah, that's legit.
I remember when Kate was doing like back from break 30-second updates of the morning show on KNBR, man. And look at her now. She's gone to the Olympics. She does college football. And now she's the play-by-play announcer for the Philadelphia 76ers. Is she the first woman play-by-play announcer in the NBA? The Milwaukee just did
second.
One.
Yeah.
Milwaukee.
Yep. Yeah, like second by a couple of days.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's really cool.
Take that for daddy. I love this. Speak English, Will. Redacted. Oh, man. Yeah, there you go. I'm with that. I'm with that. Will out here speaking his own language.
Well, Z, I'm gonna be leaning on you a little bit here on this basketball season, man, because I'm gonna need some of your data to help me out with a few things.
Fox efficient field goal percentage 523, Morant 487. Ja only shot 30 points. Ooh, saucy. That's saucy. Boy, man, when the Dealing with KC statistician Will Z gets fired up, he gets fired all the way up. He's throwing stats at us regarding De'Aaron Fox and Ja Morant that most of us have never heard of. We actually had to ask, hey, Will Z, what does DBPM mean? And apparently it's defensive box score plus minus. Will's fired up. He's really angry.
And even when he told us, we were like, what the hell does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
But Bryant got Will turned up. Is that his name, Bryant?
No, man, it's Brad. His name is Brad.
Is it Brad Bryant?
No, it's Brad, but it's Brad Botkin.
Botkin. I knew it was double B's. Well, Brad Botkin.
Chip, you know what? You just made the list.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, at least you edited the part out where we're talking about Best Buy or whatever. Whatever you went to Best Buy and said, "Give me the loudest mouse you have." I don't even know where. Oh, y'all don't know this, man. Kenny creepy, dude. Kenny's creepy, man. Hit that TLC joint. As Redacted says, yes, but Fox has a higher DJCIDJDBWK2.
He's not lying.
Yeah, I mean we're throwing all of the De'Aaron Fox stats out there to rep our guy in these comparisons with Ja Morant.
Hey, boys don't be. I'm telling you, man. I don't know, man. They do whatever they got to do, you know. And I was talking about earlier. I was live on my Instagram at IMKDiddy, and I was just saying I would understand the transparency if these national guys would be like, look, I'm gonna just be honest with you. The Kings aren't on my radar. They're not good enough right now. They're not good enough. They're not on any playoff type format or playing game or anything. They got to get their weight up. They're not good enough right now. When they get good enough, then I'll watch Kings basketball. But until then, I ain't doing it. I wouldn't agree with it. I would be like, that's kind of whack. But at least the level of transparency I could understand. But don't come up here and say I'm a national NBA writer and then just not watch the games.
Media availability alert. The meeting has ended. I missed. There was a second. I think it was Jamias. I got the alert that it was over. I clicked over in time. I think it was Jamias, but I couldn't tell. Like it just cut off. The meeting's over. So it was. I think it was Jamias Ramsey along with Chimezi Metu. So no Marvin Bagley and nobody healed.
We joked about this, and they really did go to Jamias.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Can I ask you a question? Maybe I'm just different. Maybe, I'm green or something like that. Why wouldn't I want to talk? You had to think maybe they approached. We don't know. We don't know if Rasan or Alex approached Buddy Bagley and said, "Hey, do you want to talk?" And they said, "No, we don't know that at all." But like, there's times when players is like, "No, I'm not talking. Or I don't want to talk." Why wouldn't somebody want to talk to the media?
Maybe there's probably a variety of reasons. They're not good speakers, or they feel like if they say something or say something wrong, it's going to turn into something. I think Marvin, when he talks, is really generic. But if you recall the one time that, like, because I really don't, we have the ability to speak to players, right? It's a simple email. Hey, can we talk to this person? Hey, can we talk to that person? Obviously, the getting De'Aaron is tougher than getting, say, Chimezie Metu, right?
Which we got to do, by the way.
We do have to get Metu. That we'll try to get Metu, before games actually start. We'll try to get him here as training camp gets underway next week.
I thought like before a game, every game.
No, I didn't. No. But also with guys like Buddy, Buddy, he's on the upper echelon of like the Kings players, and Buddy ain't gonna say nothing. Marvin ain't gonna say nothing. Like, I want to talk to guys who are gonna say something, who are gonna be able to speak, who are gonna, like, we talked to Tyrese Halliburton, we talked to Rashawn Holmes. Both of those guys added insight into the game. That was important. That's important when having a conversation. I don't think Buddy can do that. I don't think Marvin can do that. The one time we wanted to hear from Marvin Bagley, he opened up the whole thing by going, only ask me questions about the team in the game. And Sean Cunningham tried to slide one in there, and he deflected and talked about practice. So that's probably why, in the case of, maybe in the case of both of them, Buddy too, they know what they're going to get asked. Remember Buddy last year? He starts looking at, hey, where's Leo? He starts looking around for his boy. He's got too many tough questions in a row, and started looking around for his boy. I need someone to lob me one here. Where my guy at? So he had to go through this last year. He don't want to go through it again this year.
Yeah.
And Marvin knows he's going to be asked. Marvin knows what he's going to be asked, and he's not going to want to answer it. So
you know what the ironic thing about that is? That's part of the responsibility of what these guys want. They want to be the man. They want to be franchise. They want to be the guy, the leader, and all this other stuff. That's part of it. Do you think De'Aaron Fox wants to talk all the time?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's not in his nature. But he's franchise. That's part of being franchise. You get up on that podium and you talk even when you don't want to, or when you don't have much to say. You're the face.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a guy like Marvin Bagley wants to be the face of a franchise. I know Buddy Hield wanted to be one of the faces of the franchise. He sure wanted to get paid like one. You know what I mean? That's part of it. You can't. And I want to be clear. I'm not saying, because we have no idea if they ducked out on speaking today. I'm not saying that. It's just something just in general. After 9-game losing streak, we didn't hear from these guys. You know what I mean? But that's part that comes with the territory of being the guy. People say they want to be the guy and be the man all the time. But do you really? Do you just want to be the man when it's all good? Mm-hmm. That's really what it is. People just want to be the man or the woman when it's all good. Can you stand the rain? No addition. Some of y'all can't stand the rain.
Or blame it on the rain, Milli Vanilli.
Oh my gosh. Is that the only good song they had?
Or I Saw You and Him Walking in the Rain.
That's the one. That's the one right there. Yeah. Milli Vanilli.
Or Missy Elliott. I can't stand the rain against my window.
Or what's the original song?
I don't know.
That's a bit of a remake, right? Or a sample. The actual chorus. I can't stand the rain. She didn't sing that.
That was Missy. I don't know who that is.
No, that's from a song.
Okay. There's Candy Rain. I know that's Soul for Real.
My love.
And no, Blame It on the Rain wasn't the only good song. Girl, You Know It's True was rock too. I thought Blame It on the Rain was better, but whoever sang Girl, You Know It's True.
These fools won a Grammy off of 3 songs?
3? What's the third one?
Well, Aceberg says they had 3 good songs.
I don't remember what the third one was, but I remember Blame It on the Rain.
Then we need to investigate that more so than
there are people who have won Grammys on no good songs.
Well, that's just a little exaggeration there.
Is it?
I can't think of one.
I'd like to. Macklemore beat out Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, well, Macklemore had a good song. He had like
What?
2 good songs.
No, subjective.
He shouldn't have won. Don't get it twisted.
Okay.
But yeah, I
I
mean,
think
yeah,
he beat out Drake too. I think Drake
he
dropped
beat out
album.
all the people.
He beat out the whole culture. Oh, it's a good pull right here from Slow Roll. It Never Rains in Southern California.
Ooh, yeah.
Solid one right
That's
there.
Damn good song.
Nah, but you're right. Some guys can't stand the rain.
No.
And they don't want no part of it.
So I can't.
I think the poster.
I can't give you the crown. You can't be the guy.
I think part of it, like, the poster child for all of this, in my opinion, it's Peyton. Peyton went up, win or lose, spoke. Again, I've always believed Peyton didn't say anything, but he made you feel like he said something. He would try to answer honestly. He wouldn't reveal too much, but he would answer a question as thoroughly as he felt like he could. He would dance around certain subjects. He would give you like a lot of cliches, but he would be there, win or lose, every game.
Yeah.
A lot of guys don't do that. De'Aaron had to do it a lot last year, and I kind of agree. Like that was a lot. That was trash. You kept throwing De'Aaron out there, and I was like, I felt for him when he sat there and was sitting down looking at his phone the whole time, because he's like, there ain't another person in this locker room other than. By the way, there is one more player on the team that does it. It's Harrison. Harrison. I don't even think Harrison gets to towel off before he goes and sits in front of the camera. Like I'll go from the TV room to the office, and Harrison's already talking.
Yeah, right.
Like, man, we ain't even gotten to the Carl's Jr. commercial yet, and Harrison's 2 answers into the press conference.
And to be fair and transparent, I could be wrong, but I feel like there were times when Fox did not talk. It wasn't a lot, maybe a handful, but Harrison was there.
Yeah, every time. Every game.
Every time Harrison was there.
I think Harrison spoke when he was injured.
Damn.
Hey, Harrison, just go. Could you go do the thing?
Well, guys, I don't know what happened. I didn't play, but here's my assessment, just like yours.
But he always knows what's happening. I mean, he's sitting on that, and that's a slight exaggeration. I feel like he did talk one time when he was injured, but again, that could be an exaggeration on my part.
Wow.
Dan Plugger of 1250, the fan in Milwaukee, is going to join us. Oh, we had some fun talking about Metu, and I think it was Jemias Ramsey. Again, I don't know for sure. I looked up, and the logo popped up that said the meeting had ended. I was like, wait, what? It's over, and I saw the screen cut off, and it was. I saw dreads. I was like, that's Jemias, right? That's the only Jemias is the only one with that look, I think. So it was gone. But point being, we recorded on that. We'll run it back for you later, and I guess Buddy Bagley Watch will continue tomorrow.
Two things real quick. Number one, I'm not even going to say we. I make a joke about talking to Jemias. Jemias had a damn good summer league.
Absolutely.
It was looking bleak, and I'm not talking Memphis early on for Jemias. I was like, oh no, I don't know, man. Mm-hmm. This might be the end of the road. But he rebounded. He rebounded and was like really good in summer league. And the other thing that I liked about Jemias is he wasn't a very good defender. He was cool, but even more so than that, he was willing. It seemed like Davion, he fed off of Davion. And he's like, well, I may not be the best defender, but I'm going to come out here and I'm going to try. I'm going to be aggressive on the defensive end. And he was out there trying to do what Davion did to other people. Was he always successful? No. But I see the effort. I see him committing to that. And I like that from Jemias when he was out there. The other thing that reminded me is boy, oh boy, oh boy, no circus clowns. I've never 10 seconds got me as hyped as 10 seconds can get me yesterday with that clip of Davion and De'Aaron Fox. Let's go.
Man, in slow motion too, with the little cinematic filter. Woo! Boy, that's Sacramento Kings social media squad or NBA champions every year. Give that squad a banner, boy.
I saw that, boy. I tried not to say much about it because I know it might sound ridiculous, but Damian, The way Davion jumped over that screen that Harrison was supposed to take, and he took that shoulder right in the chest. That's textbook. That's what you want every single time. You see the screen coming, you jump over the screen, and you meet that offensive player, and you take it right in the chest. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. It was just a clip.
By the way, is End of the Road the most singable record ever? Like, do you know a single person who has not belted out every single bar to End of the Road? Like, I did it yesterday. True story.
That's a good question.
I think it's the most attempted to sing
maybe so
record ever.
I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think if I know anybody that doesn't know. I don't think I know anybody.
You know who didn't like the song?
Oh.
Boyz II Men. Boyz II Men, like, they went and recorded it. They were like, it was whatever. Like, we recorded it and it was whatever. We didn't think anything about it. It was like, it was fine. It was done. And then it turned into what it turned into.
I got a hot take for you.
Okay.
Bend the Knee is a better song.
Yeah, that's cap. It's not even better than I'll Make Love to You.
Oh, I'll Make Love to You is way better than End of the Road.
Okay. I'm fine with that, but On Bended Knee isn't better than End of the Road.
That's a tough one right there, boy.
They're close. Like, they're all close. I think I might go End of the Road. I might go End of the Road. Oh, those End of the Road and I'll Make Love to You are a lot closer than On Bended Knee to any of the other two, in my opinion.
Oh no, David! Now Bended Knee is crazy. It's crazy.
It's hot.
I'll even go back on my hot take a little bit and say I'll Make Love to You is. Yeah, that's the best song ever made.
I think I must have had the Essentials playing yesterday, and dude, One Sweet Day came on, and I hadn't heard that song.
Do you remember how much of a monster for a song that is like forgotten now? Bruh. That song was a monster.
I almost burst into tears at the end. I was like, "Damn, I haven't heard this record in a minute." That song got some heat,
and that song was like #1. It feels like for like
16 weeks.
It was 16
weeks.
And
I think what beat it was I'll Make Love to You. If I remember correctly, this could be slightly off. End of the Road was the longest with 13 weeks. Then One Sweet Day came along and beat it, and that was 16. Maybe one of the Whitney Houston Bodyguard records was in there somewhere. And then I think I'll Make Love to You came along. And then On Bended Knee might have broken that record. But Boyz II Men was running the world for a short period of time.
It's insane. Jesse, are you familiar with Boyz II Men?
He's not. Oh,
Jesse might not be in the studio.
Yeah, he's getting this down for us.
I mean, just how huge they were to not being really. We remember them. But
did you ever?
I don't even know.
Did you watch that? I think it's called like pop culture, something like that on Netflix. There's an episode on Boyz II Men.
I got to see that.
You've got to, and you got to see how talent scouts began looking for the quote next Boyz II Men. It really is stunning because you look at NSYNC and you look at Backstreet Boys and you look at that and you go, those are. I mean. That's a white version of New Edition. That's all it is. Like, that's whatever. There was a legitimate talent scout ad in one of the trades that said, here's what we're looking for. Sing like Boyz II Men, look like New Kids on the Block.
Oh, see, I was just about to say, isn't New Kids on the Block New Edition clones?
Yeah. 100%.
My cousin used to love New Kids on the Block. I couldn't stand them.
Oh, they could go. I've seen New Kids on the Block in concert in the last couple of. I've seen New Kids on the Block in concert twice in the last handful of years.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah, their shows are fun, boy. Their shows go. Yeah, Paula. Who did they have? They had. Oh nah, yeah, they go. They're fun.
I can stand them. Brian Cruz, I Swear is the song that.
By All for One, no.
Shout out to All for One, Sacramento's very own.
No, that's not true. Shout out Sacramento, but no. No. Dan Plecker. So I wonder if Dan's take on Boyz II Men. Dan Plecker, 1250, the fan in Milwaukee, host of the Green and Gold post-game show. He's going to join us. Coming up in about 15 minutes or so, the 49ers and Packers go at it in the home opener. Aaron Rodgers.
It's about to be the end of the road for him.
Very well may be. Well, it certainly appears to be his end of the road in Green Bay. And if things go south, it will definitely be his end of the road in Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers, 5-6 in his career versus the San Francisco 49ers, including the playoffs. It's one of 5 teams he has a losing record against. Interestingly enough, the 4 other teams, the Buccaneers, the Cardinals, the Bengals, and the Indianapolis Colts. 49ers, on the other hand, they're seeking their second 3-0 start in the last 3 seasons. Do the math, kids. They weren't 3-0 last year. There are a whole lot of comparisons going back to that 2019 season already in this very young 2021 season.
I'm telling you, I'm getting those 2019 vibes. Not that they're going to go 13-3 or, well, they can't do that. Well, they can, but that won't be where they finish.
Right.
But
13-3-1.
Well, that would be nasty.
That'd be awful.
I was playing a game of Madden the other day, and I almost tied. I almost just threw the game just because I don't want to tie.
It's a good way to go. Throw the controller, hit the reset button.
I ended up winning, but I was like, I don't want to do with a tie. I don't. They need to fix that rule. I don't want anything ever to do with a tie. Get that out of here. Okay. But just from the way this team is constructed, to even like how people talk about the first 2 weeks, like the same things that people have said the first 2 weeks of the season about the 49ers, they're saying the same stuff in 2019. They go, they ain't play nobody. Or when they play a real team,
that's right.
It's gonna happen. Yep. And all they did was they just kept winning. They kept doing what they were supposed to do. And it's happening again. It's happening again. And I saw something. There was certain things that I wanted to see still from that team, but I saw something earlier. I was like, these guys might have a little something. I feel the same way about this team. I'm feeling 2019 vibes. I really am.
Jimmy Garoppolo has no interceptions this season. And in a stunning stat, at least it was stunning to me, Jimmy Garoppolo has never gone 3 straight starts without an interception within a season. So it's not just game 1, 2, and 3 that he's never gone without throwing an interception. He's never gone 3 consecutive games, period, without throwing an interception. Because I mean, I know Jimmy has faults, but turnovers, interceptions, at least that's not one that sticks out in my head.
Well, see,
maybe he doesn't play 3 games in a row very often.
Shade. Well, he's only played 3 games in a row once in his 49ers career, twice. When he first got here in 2019, he didn't play 3 games in a row last year.
Yeah, he didn't.
So the interesting thing about that is I don't think he did. The book on Jimmy is he's always going to throw you a couple. He's always going to throw you an opportunity to pick him off. And he's done it in the first 2 weeks. There was a ball in the Detroit game that got batted around and wasn't intercepted.
Yeah.
And the play in the third quarter, I think it was, against the Eagles, he tried to throw an out to Debo. It was late. It was short. Should have been picked off by the Eagles defender. Debo wrestled a little bit, but it was there to be had. He threw almost an interception in the first quarter when McGlinchey let some pressure get to Garoppolo's face, threw high over Ayuk, and the safety should have had that one. So, I mean, I'm assuming. I actually think he's probably going to play a clean game on Sunday night. I think that's going to be a game where he's not going to just throw an interceptable ball, but he still may get an interception. That's the crazy thing about that.
Did you see or did you hear Damon Ratto and Kolsky talking to Deebo Samuel yesterday?
Yeah, I heard about that. I don't even know how that works. I don't know how that happens.
Here's Debo talking about the big Debo play from last Sunday's game, talking to Damon Ratto and Kolsky yesterday.
Not too many people know this, but I actually lined up wrong. I was supposed to be on the right side, and I ended up on the left, and we didn't have enough time on the clock to for me to get back on the other side of the field. So we just went with the flow, and it just happened. It's the same kind of route, but the outside receiver, if you go back and look at the play, was kind of communicating before the ball snapped. And Trent, being a pro that he is, he knew our lines up wrong, so he had to change his route, and he knew what the concept was, so we just made it happen.
That's good. That's good improvising by everybody involved. But I'd love for a NFL Films mic on Debo when he realizes he's lined up on the wrong side, just to see if there's anything audible from him right there in that moment. And shout out to everybody who improvised on what was arguably the biggest, certainly one of the biggest plays of the game there from Debo.
And the crazy thing about that to me is it looks seamless. Like it looked like Jimmy knew exactly where Debo was supposed to be, like not where he was supposed to be originally, but he saw where he was then. It was like, oh, okay, Debo's going to run this route. He's going to be here. Like it was perfect. That's what's so amazing to me about that play is Debo ran a perfect route. Jimmy hit him with perfect precision and perfect timing, and he wasn't even in the right spot. How does that happen?
Everybody adjusted. Everybody improvised. Credit to Jimmy Garoppolo for recognizing that and figuring it out. Credit to Samuel and Trent there for working around it as well. We'll get the Packers perspective of this 49ers-Packers matchup when Dan Plocher of 1250 The Fan in Milwaukee joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D-Lo and KC on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Okay, settle down.
Okay, that's
calm down, Jesse.
Sure.
You guys don't listen to an R&B record that doesn't have a hip hop beat and a rapping feature. That's just a problem. You need to get Sirius XM and listen to Heart and Soul for a week.
Nope, don't need that. Just need the Odyssey app. That's all you need.
Yeah. Go to Odyssey. Go to the Boys to Men channel. What? How dare you? Yeah, well, Z, I see you, buddy. I see you.
Shout out to the homie Chris, who is always listening and watching and has a Ricky Starks gift readily available. Man, y'all really love you some On Bended Knee. All right.
People were saying I was disrespecting End of the Road. End of the Road is a great song.
It is a great song.
Probably put it number 3 in the list of great songs from Boys to Men.
On Bended Knee?
Although we go.
No, it's God damn it. Stop it, Jesse. Just stop. That's not the album.
On Bended Knee.
That's not the name of the album either. It's not even on the same. It's not even on the same planet.
I think everybody else. Hey, Ramsey, that's a good call there. A lifetime of memories.
Oh, man, that's DRS right there. Oh, thank you. I'd like to keep stepping. Yeah, that's something literally only people in Sacramento know. I don't believe anybody else knows.
They know. I think it's a California thing. They know.
Okay, California.
They know it down in LA and
okay.
Of other. So, as a matter of fact, I didn't know for the longest they were from Sacramento.
Mm-hmm. DRS. That's one of those songs that you just wait for the singing part to come on. Because it starts out with this song's dedicated. Like, nope, that ain't the part I'm waiting for. Nope, I want to sing.
I know that Aceberg Slim. We were teaching young Jesse that.
Yeah, Jesse's.
Hell, you can make the argument that was 2 different Boys to Men's. They were
that was the same because
they were young boys when End of the Road came out. When Bend the Knee, they were some grown men. It was only probably about a year or 2 difference, but their aura was a little different by the time we got to Bend the Knee.
Did Babyface write on Bended Knee too?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Man, Babyface was writing everything.
Babyface during the verses, he was like, Teddy Riley did a remix. He's like, remixes. I don't do those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't do those. I get them right the first time. No, that was Jimmy Jam. That was Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis that wrote on Bended Knee. Yeah, I know Babyface wrote I'll Make Love to You, though. He wrote I'll Make Love to You. I know he wrote End of the Road.
He did Pretty Girl, John B. John B. going to be at the Gill Theater.
I saw that.
I want to go see him pretty bad, but we got a dilemma. I believe that's the same night as Wilder versus Fury in mind.
Oh, yeah.
So, damn, that sucks. Yeah, it's a Saturday. I think he's there on a Saturday, too. Tragic.
Dan Plugger of the Fan in Milwaukee set to join us here coming up in just a couple of minutes. The 49ers and the Packers, the home opener here, Sunday Night Football, which means Kenny Caraway, game day with Kenny Caraway, should hit the airwaves on ESPN 1320 on your Odyssey app, should hit your screens on Twitch and YouTube right around 3:20-ish or so. Kenny will get you ready for the 49ers and the Packers. There's going to be a lot to talk about, and I know you don't like the Packers. I'm can't wait to talk to Dan because I'm curious from a Packers perspective or from someone who covers the Packers perspective. They've got to be sick of Aaron Rodgers. Maybe we're not quite at the point where you admit it yet. Maybe you admit that in game 17 or after the trade or whatever. But this dude is just really difficult to like.
Yeah, very much so. I was, tapping into what was going on in Milwaukee the other day and just hearing, Aaron at the press conference after the Lions game. Then he went on with Pat McAfee and was crying and complaining even more. And it's like, this guy, he's not likable whatsoever. And from what I can tell, I'm sure there's people that like him, love him in Green Bay or whatever. It feels like, though, that the Green Bay Packer fan, remember, I told you this we hadn't been on for more than a year, but I said it kind of over Aaron Rodgers. They know he's going to leave them. They know he wants out. It feels like a lot of them feel like just leave already.
Did you happen to see, and we'll dive into this more. Did you happen to see the beef with Matt LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan?
No, they got beef.
They got beef.
They're friends.
No, they got beef.
Oh, okay.
Over what happened at the draft. We'll bring that back. Let's bring Dan in here. Let's get Dan's perspective. Dan Plocher, 1250, the Fan in Milwaukee, the Green and Gold post game show. Dan, we're so appreciative for you joining us. We were talking about Aaron Rodgers a minute ago, and I promise it's just us. We're not going to cut this clip and post it all over social media and send it out to the people in Milwaukee. We just, honestly, y'all are sick of Aaron Rodgers, aren't you?
Damien, Kenny, appreciate it. Happy to be on the show with you. In my old stomping grounds a little bit. I'm actually from Southern California. Grew up in Escondido, which is a little bit north of San Diego. So cool to be back on the airwaves in California. I'm getting pretty sick of Aaron Rodgers. It was a wild offseason, man, and unfortunately it took away from like the Bucks and their championship run and the Brewers and the great things they've been doing this season, and he's just a little bit of an arrogant guy, and it's getting a little frustrating. And I think a lot of fans it's boiled over for them, honestly. Like, we had so many people call and talk on our station and just say how much they're ready to be done with the Packers until Aaron Rodgers is gone, which is crazy. And at the same time, people on the complete opposite end of the spectrum that say, as soon as Aaron Rodgers leaves, I'm not going to be a Packers fan anymore. So it's been wild, man, these last few months, and hopefully they'll get things sorted out, but it seems like there's just such a long way to go to get to that point.
To the best of your knowledge, Dan, what happened over the summer? Was it a game of chicken? Was he just being dramatic and trying to get attention, and he was going to come to camp on time the whole time? What happened? Because we're getting reports from all over the place. He'd rather retire than to go back. And there we are, minutes before he's supposed to report for the first day of training camp, walking up there with the backpack with that stupid look on his face. What was this all about?
Well, let's be honest here. This doesn't go back to draft day with what Adam Schefter reported. It goes way, way earlier than that. It was back to when they picked Jordan Love. Because what he said basically in all of his press conferences, in his first press conference back in Green Bay, was this long diatribe about how awful the Packers organization has been to all of these great players that he's played with in his tenure, and how they're just so horrible to Clay Matthews and to Jordy Nelsons of the world and some of these big name players that left Green Bay. And to a degree, he has a point, because I mean, there are guys like Corey Linsley, for example, now with the Chargers. He had a 30-second phone call telling him that he was no longer a Packer. And that's all that it was. It wasn't like this farewell tour type of thing, or a long farewell for a guy that was with the organization for his whole career at that point and grew up as a Packer, like with the team, and was one of Aaron Rodgers' closest allies. And so I don't think he really had a problem with it, though, until it happened to him. Like, those things were beginning to happen to him as Aaron Rodgers. He didn't think that would ever happen to him. But then the Packers drafted Jordan Love, and they started that process of moving Aaron Rodgers out the door, and he didn't like it because the Packers didn't tell him that they were going to draft a quarterback. So he was kind of blindsided by all of that, and that's where everything started. After that point, he kind of started getting pissed off. I know, like, something that really hopped on to a lot of fans' eyes was when he said on the Pat McAfee show that he maybe like threw a wrench into some plans that the Packers had, because I think he thought that last year was going to be his last year in Green Bay. But then he won the MVP. The Packers wanted him back, but he's like, I'm not going to sit here and be a lame duck quarterback for you guys. I'm still MVP Aaron Rodgers, and you have to treat me like that. And so I think that's kind of where all of that started to turn, and when Jordan Love got there, and then Rodgers was still great.
Dan Plocher of 1250 The Fan in Milwaukee. The wrench in the plans, the wrench in the timeline, MVP, all of that stuff. It was a 13-3 team last year. How close are they to that this year?
You know, they're close. They are. They have a much tougher schedule this year. Obviously, 49ers this week, and then they got the Steelers the week after, and they play Kansas City this year. They play the Ravens this year. And it's just so much good talent, talented playoff teams that they face during the regular season. The thing is this defense has been far from good, and they're missing David Bakhtiari, their all-pro left tackle, and now Elton Jenkins, who's been filling in at left tackle, who's maybe the most underrated offensive lineman in the league, is hurt and missed practice the last 2 days and has an ankle injury. He did better today, Matt LaFleur said, after practice, and it looks like he might be on the road to playing, but he also might not play because he's missed back-to-back practices this week. And so they're down to their third-string left tackle at that point, which is Billy Turner, who actually is not a left tackle. He's just an offensive lineman that kind of plays across both sides as guard or tackle, that they're going to potentially move to left tackle for this game. And so the puzzle pieces are there, but they're just not coming together very well right now. I mean, this is a team that was a top 10 defense last year with Mike Pettin, and then they fired Pettin and hired Joe Barry from the Rams. He was their linebacker coach, now the defensive coordinator with the Packers, and he has just an awful history of being a defensive coordinator. He was on the 0-16 Lions and was part of the Washington football team back in the days when their defense was the worst in the league. And so he does not have the resume of a guy that should be coaching defense that was top 10 last year and has talent like Jair Alexander and Kenny Clark and Zadarius Smith and some of these big names. So they've got a long way to go, but the puzzle pieces are still there for them to put them together. and be that Super Bowl team that I think everybody expected them. But right now, they're certainly not there.
So Dan, do you feel like this team was looking at what happened week 1 against the Saints and said, Aaron Rodgers relax or whatever the case may be, and feel like they got back on track on Monday night? Or are they aware that it's just the start of an uphill battle that we need to take to get where we want to go? Do they feel like they have everything figured out after that game against the Lions on Monday?
Yeah, week 1 was a humbling experience for them, and they all admitted that. I mean, Aaron Rodgers was talking about how he felt they came into it really high and thought that they were going to just come in and roll over the Saints. Everybody was talking about how different the Saints were going to be this year. Their secondary not as good, and obviously Drew Brees no longer there, and so a lot of people were kind of overlooking that game and kind of focusing on this one against the 49ers on Sunday. And heading out to San Francisco, where they've been abysmal the last 2 times that they've played out there, and have a horrible record in California over the last couple of seasons. But thank goodness that they had the Lions in week 2, because it was definitely a get-right game for them, and the offense really came back on strong. I mean, Rodgers, Devontae, and Aaron Jones all had great games. And I know it's against the Lions, but it was certainly a confidence booster. And the defense was not very good, actually, in that Lions game. But they did start to pick it up a little bit in the second half. Matt LaFleur actually told the media after the game he had to go to the defensive coordinator, Joe Barry, and tell him the changes that he needed to make in his defense. So some people have been blowing that up and thinking it's the craziest thing in the world. But Matt LaFleur, as long as he is the coach in Green Bay, a lot of people are going to have a lot of faith and trust in this team, and deservedly so. He's one of the best coaches in the NFL. This week will be interesting with the 49ers game, too.
And it's so weird. Like, obviously, all of the attention is going to be on Aaron Rodgers. As anytime Aaron Rodgers walks in a building, the attention is going to be on him. But there's the San Francisco connection. Those two will always be tied together. But lost in all of this, even going back to the drama you were talking about there on draft day, is the Devontae Adams portion of this. Dude is pretty good. One, he didn't sign an extension. And oh, by the way, he went to Palo Alto. So this is, he's got a little tie-in here to Northern California as well. There's lots of, and now we've got the new note from Mike Silver about the alleged, I want to call it beef just because that's who I am. But there seems to be an issue between Kyle Shanahan and Matt LaFleur dating back to the draft. How much do you know about that situation?
Yeah, I heard a little bit about it today. My show ended like 30 minutes ago, and on my ride home, I didn't see everything about it. But
it's a really long thread on Twitter. It's really I got to pull it. It's like 10 tweets long.
His brother, right?
Right. Yeah. Because he was a 49er. He's a 49ers coach, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's an assistant with the 49ers.
Yeah, it's weird. No, he's an assistant. I think his brother's now is an assistant with the Jets.
Yeah, he went with Robert Saleh. That's the connection. Yeah,
it's if you want to believe it, it's juicy. Like there's like I want like a square off at like the 50-yard line or something. But it feels like when these two teams play, Dan, there's always some subplot off the football field.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and it dates back to the 90s and the rivalries there in the 90s, and even before then as well. I work with Leroy Butler. He's my co-host, and he's selling vodka out here in Wisconsin, too, so I help him sell his vodka out here. And basically, it's one of the biggest rivalries the Packers have because, let's be frank, their division hasn't been great the last 30 years with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers as the quarterbacks in Green Bay. They've been the king of the hill here in the NFC North for quite some time. And because of that, a lot of the rivalries, I would say, I mean, it's obviously the Bears and the Vikings. Everybody up here hates the Bears and the Vikings, especially the Bears. But I would say close third would be like the 49ers and the Cowboys kind of being up there too, and wherever Tom Brady is playing and all that stuff. So it definitely has some heat to it. And again, going back to, 2 years ago in the NFC Championship game and earlier that year where the Packers went to San Francisco twice and just got the brakes kicked, the brakes cut off, and the Packers were having a great season, and all of a sudden where it stopped in San Francisco. And Rodgers said back then, I remember after the first loss, he said something along in San Francisco. He said something along the lines of, "We'll have to go through here again if we want to get to a Super Bowl." And they couldn't. I mean, Garoppolo threw 7 times in that NFC Championship game. It was an absolute beatdown of the Packers. And I think that they're kind of, a lot of fans still salty about that even to this day.
Yeah. Hey, Dan, out here in California, out here in the Northern California area, the Bay Area, Sacramento, we didn't forget, going to Lambeau and Favre running around and losing playoff games in the rain. We don't have many weeks. I'm putting weeks up here because we have Seahawks week, we have Rams week, we have Cowboys week. And yes, believe, man, there is a Packers week. We got a Packers week out here. So the feeling is mutual. It's one of the great rivalries in the NFC and the entire NFL, man. And it's going to get going again on Sunday night.
Definitely. It's going to be a great game. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Dan, great stuff, man. Love talking to you. Have a great show this weekend. Good luck, man. We'll talk again soon.
Take care, Dan.
Yeah, anytime, guys. Take care. Thanks.
All right.
All right, that's Dan Plugger, the fan in Milwaukee. Great stuff from him. I love his honesty too about Aaron Rodgers. And I did want to paraphrase for the crew here in the chat because I know John and Manny, they caught that. To paraphrase good old JR, the Justin Fields era has begun.
It has. Where was I? What did I see?
I hope it has begun, man. Like,
I saw something. It might have been.
I'm gonna need Justin
Chicago
Fields to fall out. Like I've been
NBC Chicago or something like that. But they had a tweet that said QB1.
Oh, did they? That's solid. That's good work.
QB1. Yeah.
Well, if you listen to Matt Nagy, it's QB1 for now. QB1 for now. We'll see what happens.
Good luck to
Justin Fields, of course. There's a couple of new QB. By the way, it shouldn't be lost. It is Thursday. I know you mentioned this off the air. If you're in the D-Lo and KC Pick'em League, get your picks in.
Get your picks in, man. Get your picks in.
There's a really, really good possibility Sam Darnold's going to be 3-0.
Yeah. Yeah.
Boy, what do the Jets and Adam Gase look like when Sam Darnold goes 3-0 and continues to play the way that he's playing? Because they really put this on the shoulders of Sam Darnold.
They're looking like clowns. They do.
He's a clown. You got to read this thread during the commercial break. Like I've had it pulled up in front of me for a while.
It's Mike Silver.
It's Mike Silver, but it's a 10 tweet thread. So I'm not going to sit here and read the entire thing to you, but it involved Mike Silver got a firsthand account. Like the details that are in this thread, this is a firsthand account detail. This isn't a source close to a person gave this account. Like this was someone involved who explained to him blow by blow what happened that apparently created some friction, even though both of them are downplaying it, both of them being Matt LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan. There appears to be some friction there. And it just adds to the drama of the Sunday night football game. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320, KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of your day. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you most definitely can. 916-349-1320. You can interact with the show on social media at D-Lo and KC, at ESPN 1320. Of course, you could jump in the chat house with everyone watching right now on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320 as a daily occurrence here. Kenny Caraway, I will beg for those that are watching on YouTube to hit the thumbs up button and the subscribe button as well. Those thumbs up are important. They go a long way. Hit those thumbs up. Let's ride. As we'll got Jason Jones joining us at 3:20, and we'll continue to talk about your Sacramento Kings. We'll have some sound from Chimezi Metu and Jamias Ramsey. And, of course, we'll get you ready for Sunday night football with the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm interested to see what happens on Sunday night because I feel like it's a big swing. I don't know if it's a swing game for the 49ers, but that could be a big win. You got your home opener. You got Aaron Rodgers and the Packers coming to town. You get that win to go to 3-0 before you play Seattle at home the following week. And then it's never the same anymore because we have 17 weeks, but you used to have 4 quarters of football. Right. That's how you used to be able to break it down with 16 games. Your first 4, second 4, third 4, 4-4, right? Can't do that anymore, right? You got this extra game in there somewhere. I don't know. You still do your 4s, but you got one extra. But I would think if you were able to do that and go worst case, you can secure worst case 3-1 in your first 4 games of the season, which included starting your first 2 on the road and then the Packers and the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Got to be feeling good about yourself. Got to be feeling great. So it's a big game for them. The Packers, I mean, you just heard what Dan had to say. They beat the Lions, but they got a lot of issues injury-wise. If they can come out of this and come out to San Francisco, which when teams have been healthy and have been real, we know what happened last Thursday. That wasn't even a real 49er squad. When the teams have been real, it's been a bit of a house of horrors for the Green Bay Packers in recent years, coming to San Francisco, Santa Clara, whatever the case may be. If you can come here on a Sunday night and win to go to 2-1, you got to be feeling like you're right back in the picture again to be a Super Bowl contender. So it's a big game for both teams, man. It's a big game.
It is, and you bring up, Super Bowl contender. Obviously, we were talking about this leading into our conversation with Dan. Is the parallels between the early portion of the season? And again, it's really difficult. We're 2 games into the season, but the early portion of the season, the parallels to 2019. And how some of the conversations that you're hearing are kind of the same surrounding San Francisco. Oh, they ain't played nobody. Oh, they ain't do nothing yet. Oh, they ain't do this. They ain't do that. Well, I feel like one of the conversations already being had, partly because of his play, probably most specifically against the Eagles, is Jimmy Garoppolo. And I recall very, very vividly sitting at that news desk, CBS 13, with Marshall Harris and Sarah Hodges, as that season went along. Yo, this 49ers team for real? Is this real? Is it because of who they're playing? Is it their schedule? Do you buy into this team? Do you believe this team? Is Jimmy Garoppolo good enough to do this? Is Jimmy Garoppolo good enough to do that? And I remember one specific conversation that, at some point, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to have to win this team a football game. He's going to have to go out there and be the reason that the San Francisco 49ers win a football game.
Yeah.
We're in week 2. And I feel like those conversations, we're headed into week 3. I feel like those conversations are already being had because I think people are looking at this game. I believe in the San Francisco 49ers defense, but you see Aaron Rodgers on the other end. They just hung up, I think it was 30 something on the Detroit Lions. But it's like, oh, Aaron Rodgers, he's capable of scoring. That Green Bay Packers team, Devontae Adams, Aaron Jones, man, they got some weapons over there. Jimmy Garoppolo is going to have to score. It's like the same conversation over and over and over and over again, which I guess is why Kyle Shanahan is moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo next year. But it's the same conversation we had a couple of years ago where we're just a couple of games into the season and we're looking at the 49ers like, well, why ain't Jimmy Garoppolo winning them games? Why ain't he out there throwing for 4? Tony Romo, Dak Prescott throwing for 450 yards. Sam Darnold out here throwing for 300 yards. How come Jimmy Garoppolo isn't? All right. I think Philadelphia's defense is pretty decent. Kyle Shanahan is a run-first guy. But I do think we'll see Jimmy Garoppolo win this team a football game this year, and it might very well be this week.
Yeah. And back in 2019, when people were saying all this, you said it numerous different times, Damian, those were the discussions out there about, he's going to have to win this team a game. He won like the last 8.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like with his arm, he was phenomenal towards the end of that game.
But what's the number everybody remembers?
8 passes in the NFC Championship.
The one Dan brought up, right?
Right. And that always makes me chuckle because they're like, they didn't even trust him to throw the ball in the NFC Championship game. They're getting like 9 yards a carry. Why would anybody throw the ball other than pure ego? In that situation, when you're running the ball, you're dominating the Packers on the ground.
And the best part of that would be is if they flipped the game plan and Jimmy Garoppolo started to throw the ball and it went poorly. Why'd you stop running? It was 9 carries a touch. Why? Why'd you stop? Like you can't, like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you stick with what's working, you're wondering why you're not doing something else.
Yep.
Especially if it's the run game, because that seems to be so different in today's NFL, which was a weird sentence to today's NFL. Because, back in my day, this is how they did it. Like, no, like we've seen it already in the first 2 weeks, that opening night game.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny's famous. That wasn't championship football line. Point was, like, you're not going to survive this way. We went through the teams who, quarterbacks, there were, I think, 6 quarterbacks, I think it was in week number 1, that threw for 50 plus pass attempts.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge number. You will see coaches and coordinators stick with, like we saw with Dak and Brady in that opening night, 58 and 50. Those were the pass attempts by the 2 quarterbacks. You'll see coordinators and coaches stick with a passing game plan longer than you will see coaches and coordinators stick with a running game plan, unless you're watching the 49ers.
Yeah.
And it's Kyle Shanahan, and he sees that the run game is working. He's going to stick with it.
The gift and the curse.
Maybe Mike Vrabel would too. And if I'm Mike Vrabel, every game plan starts with every single one.
The thing that I love and that frustrates me about Kyle Shanahan is, well, I actually love this, but the way he goes about it frustrates me, is he doesn't seem to blink. He doesn't seem to get flustered in the game. If he believes that the crux and the core to winning football is being able to run the football. You can't get him off of that. It doesn't matter how the game has changed. People routinely, like you mentioned, week 1, throwing the ball 50 times. To him, that's losing football. If you have to do it, then you figure it out. But if you don't have to do it, and they didn't have to do it against Detroit, didn't have to do it against Philadelphia, then I'm not going to do it, and we're just going to run this ball. That's frustrating, but the first 2 weeks, he's got him wins.
We'll come back. Great story from the Portland State football coach. I don't know. I'm going to guess that the Portland State football coach doesn't make a ton of money.
Yeah, get that man a raise now.
Yeah, he might do well, but I don't think he makes a ton of money. The bill that he racked up this weekend was pretty impressive. We'll talk about that. Plus, you'll hear from Freeport, Chemezi Metu, and Jemias Ramsey. We've been dealing with Casey Return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. 13th round or no?
13th round today. We got one today. We'll go today.
That's house show. What you doing? There you go.
Yes, sir. 13th round with your man, Kenny Caraway. And I want to talk about Ryan Garcia for just a second, because Ryan Garcia, he's been running his mouth again lately. He's been talking again lately. And I don't have no problem with that. But Ryan just see, this is one of the issues that I have with a lot of these fighters that aren't on PBC, that are with Golden Boy or with Top Rank or with Matchroom. And the reason why I say not on PBC, because I don't hear this too often from the guys on PBC. I actually really don't say much of anything. But the guys that are on other promotions like Ryan Garcia, they don't ever want to just give people their props and say, hey, this is a good fighter. I'm better. If we fought, I think, I'd handle him. But Devin Haney's a good fighter. Tank Davis is a good fighter. All this other stuff. They always want to, put somebody down, and he don't want to fight this and that, this and that. Now, to be fair, I've seen Tank make little tweets here and there that have been some little funny tweets. But you ask Tank in any of these interviews, he'll be like, hey, Ryan Garcia is a good fighter, man. Teofimo Lopez, he's a good fighter. If we fight, we fight. But you ask Ryan and T.O., they always talking about how weak somebody is and pillow hands and all this other stuff, and they're not good enough for this and that, this and that. But then Ryan Garcia, about a week ago, he comes on talking about how, oh yeah, the Tank Davis fight will never happen because Floyd already said he's not letting Tank fight me. So, we can just move on from that. I'm sorry, Ryan. Tank, Leonard Ellaby, they were trying to make a fight with you way back when, earlier in the year, I think late 2020, and you were the one that backed out. You were the one that said, I'm on the bigger and better things, thinking we were going to Pacquiao fight, trying to use that clout, and it didn't work. But now you want to come back and say they're not going to fight you. Ryan, get yourself together, get back in the ring, shut your mouth, and get some wins, man. Get your weight up, and then we can talk about something. It's the 13th round. Show's kind of flying by today. Oh man, tomorrow gonna be like 15 minutes. Yeah, he said you get him for $100 million to fight again. That boy desperate. Clout chasing, man. The clout chasing is ridiculous. David, yeah, I'm saving it for tomorrow, David. I'm saving it tomorrow. Preview for the fight. Ramsey, you think that's gonna happen? Usyk ain't that nice, bro. Not at heavyweight. Right now, Usyk is looking. I'm putting him in the category of an overrated Euro. I think AJ works that boy. Oh man, AJ will just box him like he did in the second fight.
I'm sorry. I keep reading this Mike Silver tweet thread.
I'm trying to get caught up here.
Let me just read a couple of pieces to you. The Jets with the number 2 pick were expected to take BYU quarterback Zach Wilson. Shanahan joked to Saleh and Mike LaFleur, I hope you guys don't take a different quarterback and cross us up. We haven't looked hard enough at Wilson. What do you mean? You've already got your quarterback. Mike LaFleur replied to Shanahan, Aaron Rodgers. Shanahan tried to brush it off as a joke, saying, hey, tell your brother to call me back. He hasn't returned my calls. LaFleur's response, can you blame him? At this point, according to several people familiar with the call, Shanahan got visibly upset and hastily left the room. In his eyes, he had merely done due diligence on behalf of his franchise. I want to revisit that. But it was clear to all that Matt LaFleur viewed it differently. The fact that Rodgers and Niners general manager shared an agent, David Dunn, contributed to the perception that there already had been a coordinated effort to get Rodgers from the Packers to the Niners. And to Mike LaFleur, blood is thicker than water. He ends the thread. Mike Silver ends the thread. As Sunday night's game approaches, it's heartening that Matt LaFleur and Shanahan are publicly downplaying any tension. They're both accomplished coaches and have a lot of history, and the NFL is a stressful business. And Rodgers, for now, remains, I don't like the use of this word, but I'll read what Silver wrote.
Yeah, chill, Mike.
Yeah, in fact, I'll just leave that out. I don't think you refer to players as property, but yeah, that's I'm sorry, that's funny to me. Like that whole situation is funny to me. But I want to go back to one note here. Shanahan got visibly upset, hastily left the room. In his eyes, he had merely done due diligence on behalf of his franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that John's job?
No, it's Kyle Shanahan's job too.
Okay. I just pointed out.
I don't know. I don't know why Matt LaFleur would be upset. I mean, if he thinks that it's an orchestrated effort or whatever the case may be, that's fine. But Matt LaFleur also can't have his head in the sand here. I mean, he's got to be aware. Like Rodgers has been, Dan just told you, Rodgers has been pissed off for the last year.
Yeah.
So it's not like Rodgers was happy in a happy home and a happy marriage, and all of a sudden sneaky John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan start
football
whispering.
Marriage.
Yeah, right.
Football marriage.
Right. And sneaky John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan start whispering sweet nothings in his ears and trying to woo him away. It wasn't that. Everybody knew what it was. Aaron Rodgers wanted out. So for Matt LaFleur, if he really was upset that there was this connection going on, come on, man. And once again, Kyle said, hey, I know we're boys or whatever, we have a relationship, but if Aaron Rodgers is available, why would I
do it? Yeah, you got to do it.
If anything, I would feel like I have the inside track on the rest of the league because I have somebody that I trust would give me the real.
We thought Aaron Rodgers was a 49er longer than we thought Buddy Hield was a Laker.
That's facts.
We thought Aaron Rodgers was going to be a 49er for probably, I would say, through the Trey Wingo conversation, which I think was at 2, probably till about 3 o'clock. We were 3 hours into an 8-hour show. So for about 3 hours, we thought Aaron Rodgers was going to be a 49er. For about 12 minutes, we thought Buddy Hield was going to be a Los Angeles Laker. Like that's how strong, for those who don't remember the NFL draft, that's how strong those rumors were that day that he was headed to San Francisco. And Trey set him on fire when he joined us. So, man,
once again, he thought he was going to be a 49er.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Rodgers scored in all reports.
Yep.
So, all this means is Kyle just need to go up there and hang 40 on his head.
What if
just hang 40 on his head?
Rodgers legit gonna hit the field on Sunday night. That first interception, boy. Oh, they're gonna be talking about it. If Aaron Rodgers really wants to be a jerk, look over, throw an interception, look over and wink at Kyle Shanahan. Keep it moving.
There's a famous line, or at least famous to me, in Above the Rim, where Birdie goes up to Kyle Watson and he kind of got in his head and said, hey, what'd he say? He said, if I don't win this game, you're not going to college or any freaking where if the Birdmen don't win. And then Kyle starts playing or whatever in the game, and then Birdie goes up to him and he goes, you might be on another team, but you're still playing for me, homeboy. Remember that. That's what Kyle needs to tell Aaron. Yeah. You might be on another team, but you're still playing for me, homeboy.
He needs to be decked out in camouflage when he does it. Shout out to Bruce Barnum. I don't know how much Bruce Barnum makes. Have no idea, but he is the head coach for Portland State football. Not exactly a college football playoff juggernaut here. No. Portland State football. Again, we pocket watch here.
That's what we do here.
I don't know how much my brother makes.
We do.
I'm confident he makes a solid living.
Would you say 6 figures?
Oh yeah. Oh God.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
Division I program.
Yeah, like multiple of 6 figures, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, I don't know that he has the kind of money to go drop $14,000 on beer. Which is exactly what he did. $14,448 on fans who attended, on beer for fans who attended Saturday's game against Western Oregon.
Man,
that's $1 million man Ted DiBiase status. That's being committed to the gimmick right there.
Yeah.
That's being committed to the gimmick. Good.
Who did they play again? What made him say, hey?
Western Oregon? That's who they played? I don't know. Don't make that face. Maybe that's their rival.
Okay. I mean,
would you want them to play Alabama? Oh,
yes.
Bookmark that. Bookmark that.
Yes, I do.
Why though?
I'm not saying, hey, if you guys show up, I'll buy everybody a beer for Western Oregon. I might do it for Oregon State. Might do it when we play Oregon. Hey, come out to Autzen Stadium. Everybody that makes a trip, show me your ticket stub. I'm buying everybody a beer. Let's go. Let's take down the Ducks. I'm not doing that for Western Oregon. You guys better show up anyway, and we better win anyway.
He made the offer during his weekly appearance on a radio show. He said, I've got to get people to see my kids. I like my team. I got a good deal for you. Anybody who heard me on your show, just say, I heard Barney on the BFT at the Barney Beer Garden, and I'll buy your beer. I'm not buying your ticket, but I'll buy your beer.
I'm giving him a hard time. That's pretty cool.
I hope this is a work. I legit hope my man didn't drop $14,000 on.
Oh, he dropped $14,000. Now, after all this publicity that the school has gotten,
I mean, does it?
Maybe the school might kick him back like, hey, hey, here's 10,000 of that back.
The total number of beers 2,064. I'm not going to do the math on the per beer cost there, but
somebody said $7. I think I saw that somewhere.
But apparently there were only two types of beers. An IPA and a Coors Light.
Oh yeah, and no, you don't get you don't get your option here. Oh. You know how they do that sometimes when they're like the free mimosas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're getting the $2 champagne.
I want the Luke Belaire, not the Cooks. What you mean? Put that Lux in my cup, man. What you doing?
If you want some of that Lux, that's not on the list for the free mimosas here, the bottomless mimosas. That's going to be $15. Yeah, no, you're getting the Coors Light there.
I don't understand the motivation behind this, but
well,
hey,
somebody
cool story
in the chat. Pluto out here always checking in. He says it's because Oregon and Oregon State were also playing, and that's what he's talking about. I want people to see my kids.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a cool story nonetheless.
It got him some publicity.
It's a cool story.
Wouldn't have been talking about Portland State football any other way, although they are in the Big Sky, and they got to come see Sac State. They got to come see us at Sac State.
I really hope he didn't wind up dropping $14,000 for those beers. Before we get to Metu and Ramsey, who both spoke to the media today, see the story on the beers better than this one. A high school officiating crew was barricaded inside a locker room after a game in Ohio following a controversial call that the head of officiating, Keith Dalton, made during the game. Stop laughing. This is not funny.
This is ridiculous.
According to the report, Keith Dalton, the official, led to an assistant coach for Grove City, which was the home team, walking onto the field to berate the officials. The coach was hit with an unsportsmanlike conduct, further inflaming tensions. After the game, the officiating crew was inside the locker room being evaluated on their performance when the door was locked from the outside. It gets better. Someone put a vending machine in front of the door to block the exit.
That is just ridiculous. Come on, man. What are you people doing?
Dalton says, the head of officiating, we had to push the door, the three of us, to at least get it wedged so we can get out. We, as a group, have now filed charges against Grove City.
These poor guys. Damn.
Jeez,
Jesse, Jesse, you saw the article. Did you see where it's from? Yeah. They're crazy in Ohio. Football in Ohio, high school football, college football, that doesn't surprise me. I know a lot of people thought it would be Florida. That wouldn't surprise me either. But Ohio, well, yeah, I can see it.
Some other wild stuff going on in Florida.
Yeah, I could see it.
Ohio, Texas, don't leave out Texas. Texas high school football in Texas is damn near pro football.
Oh, for sure. The facilities that they got out there,
man,
it's crazy.
Whew. They got Golden One Center level facilities to play high school football out there. But it's about the kids and the education, of course.
Oh, for sure, always. That reminded me. Are you a Last Chance U guy?
No. Not that I dislike it. I've never gotten into it.
It's a damn good show.
Every time I see something from the show, it's just like somebody yelling at somebody. And I've told you before, that don't do it for me. like I'd admit, like for like a movie, okay, whatever. For Varsity Blues, whatever. But for like an entire series of like a coach, you gotta learn how to. I'm like, yeah, I'm cool, bro. I'm out.
Last Chance U is phenomenal. But it reminds me of when the head coach on the first year, I think they were Eastern Mississippi or something like that. Coach got in a fight with the referee.
Oh, good. Jesus, dude.
Bro, this guy, how you gonna come to me as a coach and tell me to be disciplined and do stuff, and you gonna fight the referee?
These dudes are goofy,
And when I mean
man.
fight, they were tussling, punches thrown.
These dudes are just goofy, man. Absolutely goofy. One other high spot to hit out here on the WNBA playoffs begin tonight. Single elimination, Dallas and Chicago, followed by New York and Phoenix.
And that school makes the playoffs. She didn't make the playoffs last year, right? Oh, she got hurt.
She hurt. Yeah, she got hurt.
So
yeah,
she's
like
gonna be on the
early. Yeah, and they're still not very good. Like,
they're pretty young though, aren't they?
Oh, they're very young.
Yeah, they got a lot of young.
They are players. They are very young right now. It's kind of Connecticut's championship to lose.
Really?
Yeah, Connecticut is they're the number one overall seed. They're a solid group right there. I think I'm about Vegas though. I need to see the Las Vegas Aces get one. I need to say Asia Wilson and Liz Cambridge grab their.
Yeah, I'm an Aces supporter as well. Oh boy, here we go. I'm gonna be. Shouldn't even say this. I shouldn't even say this.
You're gonna say it anyways.
Kind of like the Sparks.
Oh, that's yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Okay, Lake Show.
I know, same thing. Lakers, Sparks. I got you. It's fine. Like no one's surprised.
Like the Sparks.
No one's
like
surprised.
My girl Tia Cooper. I like my girl out of Maryland. We were just talking about her the other day. Christy Tolliver. I like Christy Tolliver.
Yeah. I think she's with Dallas. Like she took an assistant job somewhere too. I can't remember where in the NBA.
Oh my gosh. The young lady from Stanford with the sister.
Abumake.
I don't want to mess up her name, but I like watching her play.
Okay.
So I don't like them better than the Aces, but I do like the Sparks.
I need to double check something real quick before we get to Chimezie Metu and Jamias Ramsey.
See, here's fake news. John Bull. Okay. Kenny picks the LA team. I didn't pick them. I said I like the Aces better. Okay. I just said I like the Sparks. Okay.
It's fine. Look, no one's surprised. We know. Baby, it's okay.
You guys don't listen to me, man.
Hey, we heard you.
Okay.
We listening. We know. We know. It's all right, baby. It's cool. We're fine.
They're not even my favorite team. I just said I'd like some of the ladies on the team.
Boy, you could take the boy out of Los Angeles, but you can't take the Los Angeles out of the.
I'd like some of the players on the team.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
No, I do like the Aces first. So Liz is my favorite player in the league.
Yeah, she's bad.
Yeah,
she's bad. Asia's my favorite player, so I'm all about that squad right there. But it gets underway tonight with single elimination games, and it'll continue tomorrow as well. Chimezie Metu and Jamias Ramsey spoke to the media today, and as has been the theme of the week, defense was a focal point of the conversation.
Yeah, it starts with Davion. Obviously, he's kind of the head of the snake when it comes to that. And then you throw Fox in there, and obviously now the team's looking a lot more different defensively. So yeah, we're gonna try to take we've been working on it these last few months, just competing for the whole game, defensively, offensively, whatever it may be, just going out there and trying to stop our opponents for 48 minutes. So yeah, we're gonna take the guys that were at Summer League gonna just keep playing how they were playing defensively, and then hopefully it transitions well into us winning more games next year.
Casey, we'll get back to that because I think there's something to be said for Davion being the head of the snake already. So we're going to get to that. But he brought up Summer League, and I want you to hear what Chimezie Metu said about what Summer League did for him and some of the other young players coming in.
The Summer League was huge for us. I know it was just kind of people might downplay or whatever, but I mean we went there and we didn't lose a game. So in terms of starting to build a winning culture here, you just got to start from the ground up and build up. So that was a good first, a baby step, but we just got to keep building on that. And like I said, we're looking forward to the season. Guys are getting ready, and next couple of months should be fun.
Nothing real groundbreaking there from Chimezie Metu, but obviously speaks highly of Summer League. And then referenced the head of the snake, Davion Mitchell. Ain't stepped on the floor with this group yet in a regular season game, but yeah, he is the guy they're turning to as it pertains to their defensive efforts. No surprise.
Hey, man, I'm just going to say this. In situations, in different locker rooms, a situation like this, the players know.
Mm-hmm.
The players know. I tell all the time the high school high story. Not saying he's the overall leader. That's De'Aaron Fox. But when it comes to defense, they know he's a game changer.
Yeah.
They know what he brings to the table. They know he's different. They know.
Mm-hmm.
They know.
I just cannot wait to find out what these rotate. Maybe Davion winds up having a bigger role than any of us. Because what did you like realistically? Davion's drafted the night of that draft show. Like, what are we talking about? 20 minutes, 20, 24 on the high end per night for, and I really do think 24 for Davion was a high end on the night.
Mm-hmm.
Now 24 might be the low end for the way that he's talked about amongst not just Chimezie Metu, but the way he was talked about Harrison and Tyrese and De'Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
And he could, 24 minutes per night could be on the low end for what Davion Mitchell sees in this upcoming season.
I feel like Davion is going to be one of those guys that will make it hard for Luke Walton. And what I mean by that is when he's out there, he's going to be effective. He's going to be a game changer. Maybe not in points or whatever, but just the way the team responds to him. And it's going to be hard to keep him off the floor.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to get creative and find ways to have him on the floor. It just got to find. He's going to force their hand in that respect, I feel.
Jamias Ramsey also talked about how Summer League helped him this offseason.
I think it was very helpful for me. Like I said before, I got a lot of reps in the Summer League. Just being in an NBA setting really helped me. Just getting out there, playing, just getting comfortable with NBA setting.
Now I see why the Zoom call ended so quickly.
I'm about to say, was this a 2K? Is it a 2K press conference here?
Oh man,
that's hard, man. He's just out here trying to be on the podium. That's all.
Okay. Here's one more clip from Jamias Ramsey. Okay. Okay. The last one was
I think it was
13 seconds. This is on where he fits among the guards. Okay, over under 15 seconds.
Under.
It'll be interesting to see, but
19.
I feel like I can really help on the defensive end. Kind of help those guys, not so much take a break, but if they need a breather, a possession or two or whatever on the defensive end so they can do what they do on the offensive end, I feel like I can really be a big piece on defense.
Again, defense continues to be, I don't mean to laugh, sorry. I was really shocked.
This is why they don't talk. This is why they don't talk. This right here. Because you got D'Lo and KC being jackasses. I was laughing. I ain't gonna lie. I was laughing. This is why they don't talk.
I'm laughing because of the totality of the situation. I was legit stunned when the Zoom call ended because it was running in the background. I was waiting to see. I didn't even know Metu had left the podium. All of a sudden, it was like, oh, it was Metu. I moved the screen out of the way. There's dreadlocks there. It's like, wait a minute. Was that Jamias? Boy, Jamias. Boy.
Got in there, got in, got out.
Hey. It's like Kevin in The Office said, why use more words when few words do trick? That's what it was right there. But even in that 19 seconds, what was Ramsey talking about? He was talking about defense. He was talking about defense. The theme of this offseason, what I have to believe is the theme of this training camp, it's crystal clear. We're going to be better defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Mo Harkless is here because we're going to be tougher and we're going to be better defensively. Terrence Davis is here because we're going to be tougher and we're going to be better defensively. Mm-hmm. Davion Mitchell was drafted because we're going to be tougher and we're going to be better defensively. All of that, and they can still be shoot. They didn't lose anybody. They could be as good of an offensive team as they were last year. They did lose DeLon, who I liked a lot.
This is
in terms of the toughness meter. I mean, Tristan's still there.
Yeah, for sure. This isn't Will Z or Tim Maxwell style research, but I like to just keep it simple sometimes here.
Okay.
And
you don't have any DPNYL plus minus?
I don't know DMP shit. Don't have that.
Will Z, we need you to invent that stat, the DLOKC.
But I look at rebounds per game because yesterday people were talking about, well, how are they going to rebound with those three guys on the floor? They're going to be small. Well, they were last in the league in rebounding last year. They were last in defensive rebounding last year anyway. So can't go nowhere but up.
Yeah.
Like keeping Buddy Hield out there in the 3-guard lineup, it wasn't doing wonders. So see if you add a little bit of toughness and somebody that's going to stick his nose in there like a Davion Mitchell and see what you can get out of that.
I was thinking back. I think it was on yesterday's show. It could have been the day before. I realized I said something like regarding, but I'm just talking out the side of my neck because I immediately said something after that. I said wouldn't it be better if we did ... I'll call myself out when dealing with KC return here. You'll hear more of what Chimezie Metu had to say. Jason Jones of The Athletic set to join us as well. We'll get his thoughts on these early conversations with some of these members of the Sacramento Kings. And of course, we want to hear from you. 916-349-1320 or jump in the chat on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. More dealing with KC next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I didn't ask him. Oh, no, he's not, because he's going to be picking up his kids.
Oh, he's not? Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll probably have to keep it a little shorter then. We can't, we don't want to keep him on the phone for 45 minutes, 40 minutes. I thought he was on the stream. 90% of NBA players are currently fully vaccinated.
All right, let me slide real quick.
Okay. No, I'm doing it right now. I was just slow. All right. Man, what a great match. That match with Kenny Omega and Bryan Danielson didn't disappoint. And I know people probably like, yo, can we get a finish? I love the finish because remember, it's Bryan Danielson's first match in the company. And I feel like what AEW does really, really well, and I think better than WWE in this point, is that long-term storytelling. Now, I praise the WWE for what they did on Monday with the New Day and the Bloodline, the 6-man tag, and even the way that wrapped up and led to the triple threat later. But my only gripe with that is I feel like that was multiple weeks, multiple shows. That might have been multiple months worth of storylines that you blew through. We got the start of a storyline and we got its next development immediately following. The match was tremendous. They did a great job. One, I thought it was, I like the idea of putting it on first because it made the women's title match at the end special. And it gets you hooked in right away. And I was locked in for that match. And I love the slow build into the final, like 10 to 12 minutes. I just thought it was an absolutely brilliant match. And the finish, which was essentially a non-finish. And I love that they went to a time limit draw and it wasn't like Daniel Bryan was on top of him and it was 1, 2, bell rings. Oh, if he had one more second, he would have won. No, I like that they were beating the crap out of each other when the 30-minute marker hit. Because that led you to believe, dude, these dudes are so evenly matched. This match could go on forever. And what I loved even more was 20 minutes later, maybe 10 minutes later, Kenny Omega goes to Twitter. And this is another thing that AEW does really well that WWE and they have a different approach with social media. Like you'll see a storyline on television, but the two are, hanging out, taking pictures together, on Instagram. But with AEW, they got their crew, and the Young Bucks are brilliant at this, working storylines on social media, and Kenny Omega tweets, "There will be no rematch." Oh, I thought that was so great because we want it. Like, we want to see it again. We want to see that match again. But Daniel Bryan is new. That wasn't a title match last night, which again I think was smart. And now you start to build. Now you start to build Daniel Bryan's storyline, which is it's what you got to do with Punk. Like, when they followed up that match with a Punk interview, it was kind of like, I get you're building up Punk's first television match, which I'm excited for on Friday, but it's also, I'm tired of seeing Punk talk. Like, I need Punk involved in a story. And I get there's so many different things happening. Slow. But we got to get Punk involved in a storyline that builds out, like Team Taz is in a storyline. Like, it's getting paid off tomorrow. Or maybe you run through a couple of the other guys. Maybe that's his initial storyline. Maybe I just need to be patient. But the overall show, I thought, was really good. I got some questions about Cody Rhodes. We'll save that for a different episode. But that match with Bryan Danielson and Kenny Omega was flawless.
I got to go back and watch that. I was watching the Giants.
It's really
game.
good. Man, it was so good.
Yeah.
So good.
I got a little bit of Raw yesterday too. And I didn't get to the triple threat match, but that was a pretty cool moment during the tag team when Big E and Roman got in the ring. It was like, oh, okay, let's go. That was pretty cool.
If you go to 8,
it's on its way.
They did. Like, I'm happy with I'm happy with what both companies put out this week.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy with what they both put out. I'm anxious to see Rampage, but go to AEW's Twitter page, or if you're going to watch it later, when the match starts with Omega and Bryan Danielson, it's pretty dope.
I know New York showed out.
It's
I know
pretty dope.
Did.
Yeah, they did. We appreciate you guys being with us. Jason Jones set to join us coming up here at 3:20. I misremembered. Jason Jones going to join us on the phone. Of course, that doesn't mean anything. You'll still be able to hear him. You just won't be able to see his handsome face on Twitch.tv. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, we're gearing up for weekly appearances from Jason Jones here on D-Lo and KC.
Yeah, well, if you were with us yesterday, I was hinting that Day Street Vibes was going to continue, just in a little different way. Mm-hmm. My partner just wouldn't grasp it. I even said, hey, you of all people should know that Day Street Vibes in a way is going to continue, and we've got a new member.
Yep.
And Damien was like, wow. What? He said, we got a new member.
Yep.
And that new member is Damian Barling, as J Street Vibes essentially will be here on D-Lo and KC every Monday afternoon, as Jason Jones will join us.
Every time I get out, they pull me back in. I'm working on a transition plan for the Sacramento Kings podcast with my fantastic co-host Joe Adge. I'm going to turn things over to her, and the third man over to my man Sam, a really young, talented dude. They're going to be running that podcast moving forward, starting in a couple of weeks. Jill and I are going to get together over the course of the next few days and do something. But I guess I'm getting pulled back in.
Yeah, you back, man.
Here with the J Street Vibes podcast. So Jason Jones going to join us coming up at 3:20. I mentioned I have to call myself out. We were talking
accountability. I love that.
Yeah, we were talking about 3 guard lineups and different things that would work, and mentioned, having a 3 guard lineup out there with Bagley and Rashawn, and certainly I'm on the side of Kenny Caraway not starting with a 3 guard lineup. I like the idea of starting with De'Aaron, Tyrese, Harrison. Again, you and I are the only 2 people on the planet who like Harrison at the 3. So I guess we'll just die on that island. We'll die on the Harrison Barnes is a 3 island, or Harrison Barnes should be a 3 island. And I don't know why I don't know why it's only us. I saw your exchange with Kyle Matson. I think Tim Maxwell was in there. And I was like, I want to jump in, but Boy getting his ass whooped. Like hey.
Well, look, I think I shut it down.
His own battles. Like I ain't gonna get in.
I think I did shut it down though because I made a very good point. If I do say so myself, Barry Horowitz, let me pat myself on the back, because there are people who are like, isn't the whole idea of having Harrison Barnes the fact that he can play the 4? And I said yes, but it's situationally. You don't make that the rule. You don't start it out there. And then I hit him with that move. I got to tap myself on the back. I hit him with that move. I said, it's like Ben Simmons. You guys say all the time, he can guard 1 through 5. Does that mean you start him at the center every game? No. You do it situationally. The same thing with Harrison Barnes.
Starting situation. Let's put Harrison at 3.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Let's put Harrison at 3.
You read what's going on as the game goes along, and depending on the matchup, as the game, he can play the 4. Absolutely. He can play the 4. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Don't stick him there for life.
And I like that. I like the idea, those 3, starting with Rashawn and Marvin. And then I think I worked in a 3-guard lineup with Buddy. And then maybe like 5 minutes later was like, what would be really smart of Luke Walton is to keep Buddy and Marvin off of the floor at the same time, because you can continue. This was 5 minutes after I said, maybe this lineup would work with the 3 of them. This was literally 5 minutes later. I was like, you got to keep those guys off the floor at the same time. And then you might be able to, what my partner says, you hide guys defensively. You can hide 1. You can't hide 2. And 5 minutes earlier, I was having 2 defensive liabilities out on the floor. So that's me. I'm going to call myself out on that one. And I think one of the primary things that Luke Walton, Doug Christie, that coaching staff should figure out is what type of rotation could we run where guys who will likely get substantial minutes with us that aren't the best defensively, we can mask those defensive deficiencies. The Sacramento Kings, as every NBA fan is very well aware of, won't be the only team masking defensive deficiencies. Yeah. It's obviously the one we're watching the closest, but every team across the league does that with a player here or a player there.
But the good thing about it is it feels like they have significantly less guys that they have to hide this year. Potentially,
sure, but it feels like we have the 2 biggest still to hide.
Yeah, but you go to the beginning of that season, they had to hide Kojo, Bielitsa, Bagley, Hield, Whiteside in some certain situations. Like they had to hide damn near everybody. Now it's just like, all right, Bagley and Buddy, and you can make it where they're not even on the floor at the same time, or you can make it where they're, and it's going to be this way. Say they stay and they play. You can have them with second stringers where it's not as detrimental. It's not like you're asking Buddy to guard Devin Booker. You know what I mean? You're asking him to guard Cam Johnson.
Yeah.
Like you can kind of get away with that. And the same with Marvin Bagley. So there's that. I love Cole in the chat talking about Damian not running to the ring to save KC. Damian did one of those things where I'm getting beat up. Yep. I'm reaching out.
Yep.
And Damian just jumps off the apron.
Off the apron. Yeah. It's like, you know what? I ain't going to get involved in this. I ain't going to get involved. And then I'm going to explain it to you in the back. When Mean Gene Okerlund comes up with the microphone and says, "What was that?" You're like, hey, look, I thought you had it under control.
We had it under control, Damian. I was out there getting beat up. I was left out there by myself. Where were you at, brother?
It reminds me, there's a portion of the storyline during the Mega Powers Explode when Macho Man has really had it. He hasn't turned on Hulk Hogan yet, but he's about to, and he's in the back with Elizabeth and Akeem, the African Dream, the first black WWE champion, WWF champion, is out there with the Big Boss Man, and they're beating the crap out of Hulk Hogan, and Macho Man is back there, and Elizabeth is like, come on, we gotta help Hulk, and Macho Man's like, no, he's got it under control. That was me last night. I'm looking at Maxwell and Kyle Madsen. I'm like, he's got it under control. He'll take care of this. Harrison Barnes is a 4th thing, and I'm gonna stay right here. Yeah, I did feel bad.
Yeah.
I did feel bad, but I'm glad you shut it down. I know Kyle's not going to get into. I also know that Kyle's not going to get into like a really lengthy Twitter exchange. Tim, I wasn't so sure about. Tim, I saw. I was like, Kenny could be here all night, but
that's turned into me.
Got it under control. I'm just
that has turned into me now as I've gone, just later in my Twitter years. I'm not really going to go back and forth more than about 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
I'm
the same way.
Whatever.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'll give a response or two. Hey, good combo. Okay, girl, bye. Good now. We good now. Let's just go. Let's just go our separate ways. Keep it moving. Chimezie Metu was asked just an hour or so ago about what he spent this offseason working on.
They've coaching staff and everybody's been telling me just to be ready and be ready to shoot a lot more threes, and so I just go in the gym every day and just build on it and try to gain that confidence and just be confident in myself taking them and making them and knowing which ones are the right ones to shoot and when's the right time to shoot it. So the coaching staff they've been on me about shooting the open ones and then kind of just making everything simple, shooting open threes or driving. So like I said, I just go in the gym every day, work on it, and obviously this upcoming season I have goals set for myself. So I just take what they want and I try to implement it into what I want for myself. So
I'm such a fan of that dude, man. Like I can't help it. I'm such a fan.
That's our guy, man. I'm a big Metu guy.
I'm so excited.
I was thinking about when you talked about how he was the guy that was going to be on the podium. Mm-hmm. I was thinking, I don't think I was here, or maybe you weren't here when Metu socked up that dude in Summer League.
Oh, no, I remember. I'm trying to figure out, were we not together when that happened?
I think I was on vacation.
No, it couldn't be because we weren't on vacation during Summer League.
Yeah, we were, because I wasn't there for the championship game.
Oh, that's right.
Metu slapped that boy up one time.
He's like, I'm about to show Luke I'm tough right now. I ain't waiting.
I was like, I'm not waiting on my teammates.
Shout out to Terrence, obviously a longtime listener. Casey will leave you in the house during an earthquake, and D'Lo will leave you in the ring during a tag team. That's legit. Beat down by the Twin Towers and Slick. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey.
Yeah, brother.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers Elk Grove Dodge.
He's a real brother.
Oh, yeah, still on there.
You can connect with the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, you could always hit us on the phone lines at 916-349-1320. Jason Jones set to join us in about 20 minutes here on D'Lo and KC. We're gearing up for we're going to have a lot of Kings guests for you as the season gets underway. Really, we ain't even waiting for the season. We starting next week.
Yes.
We got Media Day next week, which I think is virtual. If it's virtual, we'll just cover it live here on the radio show. And then, of course, the first practice on Tuesday and everything from there on out. We have got you covered. We know a lot of people are excited for the season. We're excited for this season. I'm excited for the season because I'm optimistic, and I'm never optimistic about this team. Not annoyingly optimistic. Like I think I also have a sense of realism to how I feel about this team. Mm-hmm. But I also have that F around and find out vibe. Mm-hmm. Don't make the playoffs. F around and find out what happens if you don't. Because we know what happens. There'll be a lot. No one's going to be happy if they miss the playoffs. Nobody. No Kings fan is going to be happy if the Kings miss the playoffs. But there will be a portion of Kings fans, some of them in this chat, that will be happy with the result of the Kings not making the playoffs.
That'll certainly be the result.
That'll absolutely, and rightfully so.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And that's like myself, who you guys coin me Captain Saberluke.
E40 tomorrow here. we got to let E40 in on the gag, right?
Oh, for sure.
Every Every time someone comes to the rescue, we hit them with a.
But even somebody that wants to give Luke every benefit of the doubt that he can, there's no way if you don't make the postseason, all that other stuff this year, you got to go.
Yeah.
It's got to go. Time's up.
And I gotta imagine that that's exactly how Monty McNair feels, given Monty's looking at this roster going, this is my roster. These are my types of guys.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to move on from Buddy. I couldn't. I ain't gonna cry about it. I may or may not have tried to move on from Marvin. I couldn't. I ain't gonna cry about it. Daryl wanted too much for this. Toronto wanted too much for that, or you could run through all of these different scenarios. But the fact is, free agency, draft, all of this, that's Monty. This is Monty McNair's roster.
Andrew Sterling in the chat says, I'm not optimistic. We are running it back with Davion. I don't think you're running it back with Davion. You've added pieces to the puzzle. First of all, you when you talk about running it back, what are you talking about? Because there's two different teams that played last year. You had the team before the trade deadline and the team after the trade deadline. And I know the team after the trade deadline also had a 9-game losing streak, but I feel that was a much better equipped for success, that particular team. From that team, you've added size in the front court. You've added Davion. Like, that matters. You got another year of Tyrese Halliburton, who basically was thrown into a whirlwind last year with the way the season played out, and it still did pretty good. So I disagree with the fact that you're just running it back, adding Davion.
I agree completely. Again, and I think the most important thing of what you said is the first thing what you said is the most important. Like, you had two different teams last year, but Davion is also an important part of what they're going to be doing. Also, I don't want to be overly dramatic. You're also adding a coach that many of us have been begging for him to be added to this roster for a long time.
Yes.
Because if you're new to the Kings fandom, first of all, welcome. Second of all, the defensive issues that you saw last year, they wasn't new. Those defensive issues have been around for a long, frustrating amount of time. And since Doug returned to Sacramento and started doing television work, it's like, yo, what? You got a guy whose whole specialty was defense. He's one of the most important defensive players that this organization has ever had. Like, why don't we do something with him? Well, finally, it's happened. And he's on that roster. And I think this group of individuals who already, I would think all of them, just matching up timelines here, I would think everyone on that roster already has a relationship with Doug Christie.
I would think so too.
And because of that, I think they already have respect for Doug Christie.
Absolutely.
I mean, not just respect for his game, but respect for Doug Christie, the man and his knowledge about basketball and what he can teach them and do with it. Man, I get why people feel, was it Andrew? I get why people may feel the way Andrew does about running it back. Absolutely. Right. I don't feel that way, though. I feel like even if there's subtle changes, I feel like the changes have been enough to make the team. And again, we're not talking about 20 games better. We're not talking about, going from 11th to 4th. We're not talking about a Phoenix Suns turnaround here. We're talking about being good enough to get to the postseason.
Right. And even
hopefully
last year, you were 2 games out of the postseason. And that is with a different, 2 different teams. That is with De'Aaron Fox missing time. That is with all the COVID restrictions and everything that went along with that. It's not like you were the Houston Rockets last year and you brought everybody back. And it's like, or if you even want to say that, I don't subscribe to that, but if you even want to say we brought everybody back, you weren't the Rockets last year. You brought back a team that was a couple games out of the postseason spot, and you're expecting them to be a couple of games better, at least, to get into that play-in situation and play their way into the playoffs, hopefully.
And that's and I'm gonna keep this energy. Had it last year or had it earlier this offseason, and I'm gonna have it through the season. Being a couple of games better and getting to the 10 spot isn't enough. Like, very literally being a couple of games better isn't good enough for me.
Good enough.
I want them good enough for me.
Okay. I mean, like good enough, like Luke would still get fired.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, if this team wins, well, they won 31. We were told the marker that's 35. They win 36 games. Yeah, I don't think that's good enough. I think that's a fireable offense. Unless they win, unless they beat the Warriors, like what happened. Was it Memphis? Who beat the Warriors last?
Memphis,
yeah. Unless they do that, then a different conversation. But yeah, if it's playing and out, I ain't feeling it. I'd be happier if they were hovering around that. I've told you, I don't even know what 500 would feel like with this team at 41-41. But give me in give me more than 30. Give me 40 if you have to. I really want 41-41. But if it's 40-42, whatever.
I feel
damn near died when they went 39-43.
Yeah, I feel like if they had 38 wins on the season, got into the play-in, I think you'd keep Luke. But all that is, you're not signing him to no extension. All that does is extend the hot seat because they win 38, they get into the play-in. That's improvement, whether it's the improvement that we want to see or not. Like it is improvement. You got into a postseason scenario. Now going into the following season, you're expecting more. And if anything, the hot seat, I don't want to say it'll be quicker than this year because this one might be quick. But if you're, having that type of success or getting better, and you start off 7-11 the following season, he might be gone then. It's like, no, we're not going backwards.
But I just don't like the idea of that. I don't like the idea of firing a coach at the beginning of a season, and unless you're successful.
I don't either, but I'm just saying that may be the way it plays out.
Again, not rooting for that. Believe it or not, not rooting for Luke Walton to lose his job at all. I'm rooting for Luke Walton to be successful with this group of guys here this year, who I do genuinely like. We just played that sound from Chimezie Metu. I admire Ramsey. We joked about Ramsey talking for 12 seconds, his answers being really short. Truth is, I appreciate Ramsey going to the podium and talking because I don't know that Jemias is getting run. Mm-hmm. So he was honest in his assessment. They told me to work on this defense. That Summer League was great. All of the answers, long or short, doesn't really matter. The fact is, Jemias is lower on the depth chart, and that's going to be tougher. I feel like Chimezie has a more significant role than Jemias does, and Chimezie to a certain degree, for now at least. I don't know exactly what his role is going to be on the team. We love Chimezie Metu, but Alex Lynn, Tristan Thompson, Marvin Bagley, Sean Holmes, like all those guys are still here.
I was gonna ask you. I mean, half joking, tongue in cheek, whatever you want to say. Chimezie starting at the 4.
I don't hate it.
At the 4.
I don't hate it. I like, to me, the 4 isn't locked in training camp.
He can go get it.
Right. That's it. That's what I mean. Like that position,
but he can go get it.
That position doesn't get, grandfathered over to Marvin Bagley. Marvin Bagley ain't earned that. He can absolutely, he can earn it. He can earn it this preseason. Absolutely. He can earn it this training camp. Absolutely. But so can Chimezie Metu. Yeah. There are positions. De'Aaron's position isn't in question. Rashawn Holmes' position, I don't believe, is in question. For me, Tyrese Halliburton's position isn't in question. What is in question is how you're going to start the game. Are you starting with the 3-guard lineup, or are you starting with I don't even know that this is a real thing, a traditional lineup?
No.
2 backcourt, 3 frontcourt. I have no idea. But no, I don't think that's crazy. I don't think that's crazy at all. There are probably people watching and listening to this that are rooting for that.
Yeah.
Give me Metu at 4 instead of Marvin. But I believe that position should be an open competition.
Yeah, it should be not one of those things where we're just playing with words right now, but I'm not really big into bench Marvin. He has to earn his spot back. I'm not saying bench him. I'm just saying if I'm Coach Walton and I got the names on the board or I got the positions on the board, the starting positions, power forward is open.
Mm-hmm.
Marvin, you can come in here and be the starting power forward, but you're not in there and pin. You got to earn it. You got to earn it.
And Harrison is apparently in pen just second. It's like next to the blank name.
Yeah, he's outside the slot just because you can slide him in.
He's over the he's on one of those little plaques that you just move around.
Yeah, exactly.
Slide this one right over here.
Exactly.
Harrison Barnes at the 4, everybody's favorite thing to argue about. Jason Jones of The Athletic going to join us here coming up in less than 10 minutes. We'll get his thoughts about Harrison Barnes at the 4. We'll get his thoughts about what he's heard from Tyrese Halliburton and Davion Mitchell, De'Aaron Fox, of course, Chimezie Metu, Jemias Ramsey here today, all of the different people who have spoken here with these guys back in town. I mean, I didn't know there was going to be any media availability this week. I didn't think that was going to start happening until next week, but it appears at least everybody of note is here. We know Buddy's here. We know Marvin's here. Obviously, all of those names that they're all speaking to us from the Golden One Center immediately following individual workouts. So that's a good thing to see. We'll talk to Jason Jones about that. We'll talk about this Andrew Wiggins story as well, because oh boy, this is an interesting one. Not many teams are facing this issue, but Golden State is one of them, and it appears they are very much facing this issue. We'll dive into that. We're going commercial free till the top of the 4 o'clock hour when D'Lo and KC return here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. He's gonna be okay. Hulk has got it under control. My favorite thing about that scene is it's like this dimly lighted room. It's like a dark room, and they're looking at a monitor, and it's like there's just like it's like someone's beneath them holding up a light or a flashlight. And you can just kind of see them watching.
I'm gonna have to search for that. I need to find. I don't know how I would type that in and find that. Was it Saturday night's main event?
Hulk Hogan, Macho Man leaves. No, that's not gonna work. Macho Man leaves Hulk Hogan.
Oh man.
I don't know how to frame it either. Oh, here it is. Oh, Randy Savage promo. Oh, this looks like a highlight. He's got it under control.
Randy Savage came in crazy with the chair.
Man, Macho Man was dope.
He was.
This promo I'm looking at, I remember this promo. So like he's talking and the camera's coming in closer and closer and closer, and then he flips off his glasses and you could see his eyes. Man, Macho Man was great. Goodness gracious. It was so great. Marvin's highly breakable. Oh, that's not. Oh, Brian has turned his anger towards Marvin's hands. Yeah, this is crazy. I don't know what you do about this. The Andrew Wiggins stuff. That is just wild. He's going to do his own research apparently.
That's a trip, man. That is a trip.
Shout out to Sub Katie. I mean, you tweeting some inappropriate things there tonight. I always say tweeting some stuff I ain't gonna put on the board. Ain't gonna get nobody in trouble. Shout out to Sub Katie in here hanging out with us.
Sub Katie.
If I'm divorcing you after Christmas is no better than Halloween. Well, I don't know. I don't know what started that, but I mean, all right. Oh, there it is. And Shavano's position should be on another team. All right, there it is. Wanted to make sure we get them in there. No, I mean, go argue that.
Yeah, don't mind me, guys. Don't mind me.
Joe Man. Yeah, he's top 5 for sure.
Macho Man, Randy Savage. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, that's a good point. Andrew Wiggins is worried about his testicles.
Have you seen what's been going on with Karen Civil?
No.
Oh, yeah, she's in hot water. I don't know exactly the story, but a lot of people. Karen Civil exposed. Karen Civil needs to be in jail.
Jeez.
Like, yeah, they're on her head. Yeah. A few different reports of that, huh, Jesse? Wow.
Oh, dear. Talk with Jason Jones here. Jason Jones of The Athletic and the resurrected J Street Vibes podcast coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We were talking about this story with the chat house during the commercial break on Twitch and YouTube. If you want to check us out there, Warriors are in a interesting situation with Andrew Wiggins. Apparently, Andrew Wiggins, according to reports, I guess these can't get verified, but Andrew Wiggins is unvaccinated. Now, that's not a problem everywhere. I think the NBA that would appreciate it if everybody got vaccinated, but it's not like a major logistical issue everywhere in the league. But it is here in San Francisco. It's not in California, but it is in San Francisco. With Andrew Wiggins being unvaccinated right now, because of what the Department of Health said about vaccinations being required for large indoor events, Andrew Wiggins can't play at home. I don't know how you navigate that if you're the Golden State Warriors. Like, you have a player who's literally unavailable for you for at least as of right now. And by the way, remember, it's not like you get vaccination 1 and vaccination 2 tomorrow, or shot number 1 and shot number 2 tomorrow. Like, there's a period of time that needs to elapse. And I think that's even true with I think it was the Johnson and Johnson was the one shot.
I think so.
That was, I think you're no matter how many, whether you do the Johnson and Johnson or the other ones, like you're considered fully vaccinated weeks later. Well, the game's starting like a month. I don't know what they about to do. I'm looking at Cole. You got to send Wiggins back to Canada. Canada won't take him.
No,
he can't get into Canada either.
Stuck.
Yeah, they're and I think I think it was San Francisco and New York.
Yeah, New York. So the Nets and the Knicks got an issue going on as well. We all know one of the main guys.
Yeah, there's rumors.
He not doing it. That's what it seems like. So we're talking about Kyrie Irving.
Obviously, yeah.
So I don't know how that's going to play out.
Like, what do you do if you're Brooklyn or Golden State? You just go, oh, they're not playing.
Do you trade them?
Yeah, I get. According to Stephen A., you got to get Kevin Durant's permission to trade Kyrie Irving. Stephen A. told me. And Stephen A. tweeted today that we were all lying. Just like Doc Rivers said, we misrepresented what he said on the call that we had the audio for. We're misrepresenting what Stephen A. Smith said on the show, in which Stephen A. was on television and his voice said something like, we misrepresented it. That's our bad. Sorry, Stephen. Sorry, Doc. I guess you could trade. I don't know, dude. I don't have an answer to this. I don't get paid enough for that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
This is going to be a crazy situation. Potential.
I saw it kind of came. It doesn't have the same, validity is not the right term, but it doesn't have the same strength in Los Angeles. But Rob Pelinka said the Lakers will be fully vaccinated by opening night. So I guess that tells you they're not fully vaccinated now, but Los Angeles doesn't have the same mandates that
San Francisco
has and that New York has. So I don't know. Let's maybe Jason Jones can provide some clarity on this. Let's bring in Jason Jones of The Athletic. Jason, we're talking about the situation with Andrew Wiggins and the Golden State Warriors and the mandate from the Department of Public Health and the situation that the Golden State Warriors and the Brooklyn Nets and New York Knicks may be facing as the season gets closer. Have you heard anything about this from the league, about these markets that have rules about vaccinations in large indoor gatherings?
No, I haven't heard anything solid. I just think it's kind of one of those fluid things. The things that change, week to week, and month to month. And I guess, the league solution would be the easy solution would be everyone to be vaccinated. But, we're not there yet. And I don't know how you figure this out. I mean, you can't have a situation, I know at our company, they say they don't want quote unquote outing someone who's not vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
You out yourself if you play for the Knicks and you can't play at home.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And I don't know, the contract ramifications of that. Are you forfeiting money? I don't know how you deal with that.
Yeah. That's going to be a dicey situation in San Francisco and in New York, because of two high-profile cities. There's high-profile teams when you talk about the Nets, Knicks, and the Warriors. So it's the NBA. It's not like you can hide anyway. But those are going to be major discussions. Those are going to be things that we talk about on D-Law KC, that they talk about on First Take, because these are high-profile teams. And I just don't know where this goes. I don't know if you're the Warriors, do you ride this out with Andrew Wiggins and does it go the whole year without getting vaccinated? Like, this is uncharted territory to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you do. I mean, as much as they're paying Andrew Wiggins, they don't want a situation where they don't stay on the road. But the question becomes also how dug in is Andrew Wiggins in his stand.
Right.
And is it a medical reason? Is it personal? Is it religious? I don't know. I really don't know how you handle this, because it always seemed like public health would override certain personal beliefs. But we've never been here before. We've never had such a situation with the league. I don't know what to do, because pretty much the league is mandating everyone except the players be vaccinated. I mean, if you're in the media, you can't be on the level of the player or anywhere near in person if you're not vaccinated. The coach, everyone's going to be vaccinated except the players. It's a really touchy situation.
And that's obviously because the union is involved. Jason, you said we've never been here before. Fellas, get comfortable. There's a good chance we're going to be here for a very, very long time at this rate. Jason Jones of The Athletic with us here on D-Lo and KC. We've heard from a whole lot of Sacramento Kings over the course of the last couple of days, particularly Davion Mitchell, Tyrese Halliburton, Harrison Barnes, De'Aaron Fox. One thing that popped up with all of them, particularly Harrison, Tyrese, and De'Aaron, they were glowing about Davion Mitchell. And Jason, there was a lot of talk about defense over the course of the last couple of days. It seems pretty clear. Anxious to get your thoughts on this. Defense is the theme of this upcoming season.
Yeah, but I don't believe it when I see it. Some of these guys are the exact same guys who didn't play defense last year. And we go through this with every team, every season, this time of year. Everyone's optimistic. Everyone's saying the right thing. But I always say it goes back to this. If you lose 2 games in a row, what do? Who do you become? Do you buckle down and do the right thing, or do you kind of give in to doing the easy way out? And for years, we've seen them take the easy way out. We've heard guys say, we're going to play defense now, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, and then go out there and not do it. And as much as I like what Davion Mitchell did in college and even in summer league, this is a whole lot to put on Davion Mitchell.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot to ask a rookie, even no matter how good he is, to come in and our defense is going to be so much better because he drafted someone. It's like he's still one person, and we need you need more than that. So it sounds great, but you know what? Like I said, I'll believe it in December, January, February. Because I think going into last year they could have told you defense has to be a key. They could have told you that 10 years ago, and then they didn't play defense.
The Grinch, Jason Jones, with us here. The Grinch. trying to ruin all our preseason optimism. No, that's fine, Jason. No, it's fine. Go ahead, Casey. No, it's fine.
I mean, look, man.
Saying, like I said before, if Davion Mitchell turns into a good defensive team, give him Rookie of the Year, even if he averages 0 points.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
But look, so
that would be one of the greatest miracles I've ever seen in the NBA. If Davion Mitchell comes in and all of a sudden the Kings, are the 89 Pistons.
But see, here's the deal about that, Jason, is this was the worst defensive team in the game last year than the Wizards. And Davion isn't going to take them from worst to first. But Davion and his aura, his energy on the defensive end, I think can take them from worst to 17. I don't think that's inconceivable. I don't think that's
that on a shirt.
I don't think that's too much to ask Davion. And one reason why I say that as well is, look, he's only one man. You're 100% right. But you've been around the game. You know, these players know. Every time, like, I feel like he's been brought up by every player that's talked so far this week. They're like, yo, Davion comes in here, boosts up the defense. Like, they know. They know.
Yeah, I agree with that, but to me, it speaks to a bigger issue of the DNA of the team. You got a lot of vet guys who've been around. How was he coming in and you can say, what's the rookies here? Forget you to play defense now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I
feel you on that.
That's a bigger issue. I'm just like, really? Now you want to play defense because Davion's here?
Does it help? Does it help with guys like Mo Harkless and Terrence Davis? And I mean, I think Tyrese is committed to the defensive end, and to a certain degree, I think De'Aaron is too. Does it help that, you have those guys here now, particularly talking about Mo Harkless and Terrence Davis for an entire season? And I mean, Alex Lynn as well, and to a certain degree, Tristan Thompson.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that definitely helps. I think so. I mean, I call Mo a know-how player. He said he knows how to play the game. He knows where to be. And so many of their issues last season for guys that didn't know where to be in simple situations. Mm-hmm. I mean, when I see a guy leave Joel Embiid to go cover Ben Simmons at the 3-point line, you got major issues.
Yeah.
You got to have guys that know what to do. So, I mean, it's definitely going to help. I'm just having fun with the whole Davion part, but I to a degree. But I think they do need more of a commitment from everyone else. It can't be, well, we got Harrison, or, we got Harrison and Rashawn and Davion. It's got to be 1 through 10, 1 through 12 committed on that end, because you don't get as bad as they are. I know it's real fun to blame Marvin and Buddy for the defense, but you're not that bad because of Marvin and Buddy.
Mm-hmm. No, that's true.
Especially when, you're not that. You're not that. And a lot of it will go back on De'Aaron. He's got to. I think where Davion helped him is that, if you got a tough matchup, which you will have most nights, De'Aaron doesn't have to guard that guy all night. But the trade-off then becomes De'Aaron, when you're guarding him, you can't slack.
Right.
You can't give in. You got to be all in on guarding that guy. We'll get you a break. And that's what the Kings have to do for the last 2 or 3 years. Give him guys that say, you know what, we'll get you a break if you're winded. We're not going to make you cover Russell, Westbrook, Steph the entire game, but we need you to have that intensity level up the whole time. That's what they've been looking for De'Aaron. So this would be once in the last 15 years.
That's ridiculous.
And that was Luke's first year.
Jeez.
So that's the only time they've been in the top 20 in defense. So if they can just get, like you said, 17, they might be 8 or 9th in the West. Just because they're going to be able to score. Mm-hmm. You just can't go out there and give up 120, 125 every night.
We ask this often, Jason, all summer long. And now we're here a few days before training camp starts. And we're still asking the same question. Buddy Hield, Marvin Bagley, they're going to be here opening night for the Kings after everything that's going on this summer?
I think so. I mean, of course, things can change quickly, but at this point, most teams are pretty much set unless
you're the Timberwolves.
The only team, yeah, usually. Usually teams are set. That's all. They got some stuff going on over there. It's kind of like a soap opera.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But usually if they're going to go into camp with what they have, it really the only domino that can affect all that is Philly and Ben Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that could change anything at this point. Because I don't see any other player, that can really get this to be moved at this point. A lot of guys signed deals can't be moved, until that date, think in mid-December. So right now, this is going to be your team, I think, unless, like I said, to me, the Ben Simmons thing would be the one thing that could change things for people.
Mm-hmm.
Jason, do you think there are open starting positions headed into camp?
I think I would call it. I think so. I think outside. I think the Aaron starts. Rashawn starts.
Mm-hmm.
Harrison starts.
Yeah.
It's a matter of stylistically, what do you do? Do you start Marvin and then fit him and move Harrison to the 4? Do you say our better lineup is Mo and Harrison, and then you bring Marvin off the bench? Would be a whole other adventure and facial expressions and random tweets. Do you start Tyrese?
Yeah.
And bring Buddy off the bench?
Yes. The definitive answer there is yes.
I think. Yeah, I would agree with that too. I think I also think the numbers bear out that Buddy's a more efficient player off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Even though he hates, I think he struggles with the notion of being called a quote bench player.
Mm-hmm.
Even though his minutes don't really change that much. But I think by bringing in Davion in, you have Buddy and Davion coming into games together. You're already bringing a defender in with him. And one of the issues they had last year was how do we hide 2 or 3 bad defenders?
Right.
And you want to, when you're aligning the minutes, you can't have Buddy out there. I would say that Buddy's always trying. He may not succeed, but he's trying.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to make sure you have guys who can help him out there on that end. Because there's some nights Buddy was playing the 3, and I don't care, what you do, but he can't guard LeBron James.
No, he cannot.
I don't think he can guard Bronny James.
See, poor Buddy sitting around trying to prank nurses and
see. No, I'm not trying to Buddy's not a good defender. It's not like I just broke news to everybody.
You won't get me. Last year when he was at the person, he was saying, MFers is saying I don't play defense. I am one of them who said you don't play defense. That's what you want to call us to say you don't play defense. You don't be one. I've said many times you don't play defense. I'm like, the defense that says you don't play defense, the coaches that says you don't play defense. So, hey, it is what it is, But, yeah, I think there's some shuffling. I think that's a good thing. I think part of the problem we had last year was you didn't really have any options. This is just the team you had. We were debating about whether DeQuan Jeffries should play, and he's been on 2 or 3 teams then.
Yeah.
I just wanted to hit DeQuan soundbite. That's all. I had a great soundbite for DeQuan Jeffries. Hit DeQuan. It's just like as soon as we had it ready, he was gone. That's the only reason we wanted DeQuan Jeffries to play. We like sound bites here.
I think they finally are closer to having what I would call a real NBA roster. Now you just kind of see what you do with it. I still believe they can finish in the top 10. I still believe that if they get some type of defensive commitment from everyone.
I got to be honest. I was trying to keep Jason on the phone as long as possible because this 9th inning in Colorado was going on for an hour. And it was 5-4 Colorado, and I just couldn't wait to give the final score to Jason Jones.
Oh,
now it's 5-5.
It's all bad in all of baseball right now.
Now it's 5-5. A variety of things have gone wrong during this conversation with Jason.
What did Usher say?
I went down to Dodger Stadium last week. They won, so I'm going to take credit. They didn't lose, so I wasn't at a game. So.
Wow. I'm glad you don't have season tickets. How about that? I'm glad you don't have season tickets.
That's next level stuff. I wasn't ready for that. When the stadium was going to be open for fans this season. Next season, that's a very realistic possibility. give me a reason to be down in LA more often, I'm with it.
We'll get you.
I'll even let you come to the game with me. You know, you can come to the game with me.
That's nice.
I've been there a couple different times. I got the Giants gear on every time I go down there. They know what time it is.
No one really cares about your Giants. Just come enjoy Blue Heaven on Earth. Get with your Dodger cat.
No.
You'll fit right in. I mean, you lived in LA. So
Yeah, it wasn't no Blue Heaven when I was up in there. It was black and orange heaven. Simple as that.
That's not true. But yeah, I never took over Chavez routine ever.
What? You sound crazy on that one. We was taking over. We was taking over during Manny Wood. We was taking over easy work.
No, if you want to believe that, okay.
How was
Manny's time was fun.
Fun for us.
I think we'll just we're gonna let Jason go. I really wanted to get in a question about Raider Stadium, but y'all are locked into the Dodgers versus Giants, so I'll leave it at that.
Oh no, I'm all about that. I've been to a league. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. It looks incredible.
Yeah, it looks great.
It's beautiful. I mean, I guess I think part of the bias is the fact that I was at Oakland Coliseum so many times.
Oh, jeez.
Almost everything was anything for me was, as long as the bathroom was working, it's an upgrade.
It's like go to one center in Arco. We were in Arco for so long. You get to go to one center. It's like, oh, the 2000s.
Yeah, it's like it's nice, but you don't realize. I always tell a lot of old Kings fans back in the day. They'd be like, "What's wrong with Arco?" I said, "Go to another stadium and then come back and ask me that." And I had pretty much been to every NFL stadium, and I was like, at that point, all the terrible stadiums were in California. It would have been back then San Diego, San Francisco, and Oakland had the three worst stadiums. Yeah. So
Jason,
Allegiant is beautiful, and after they beat the Dolphins, it'll be even more beautiful when they're 3-0, and then I can be happy until John Gruden lets them lose 5-0.
I agree with everything Jason just said. They're gonna go 3-0 this week, and then eventually
I'm going to enjoy it. I know what's coming around Thanksgiving.
There you go. All right. Wow. That's too
They
bad.
control their own destiny. Now they can't win a game.
Damn. Well, Niners will be 3-0.
I'm just had my head beat in too many times by that organization. I just, I want to be wrong, but I can't. I can't be crazy and act like I don't know what's likely to happen.
So that's
what's happened the last few years.
That's a trip. You can't even be excited till like December.
I refuse to be excited. I'm like, it's fun. It's fun if they won, but it's like, okay. Somebody told me they're in first place. I'm like, spare me, please. Please don't be that person.
I remember what happened the last time. Raider fans got excited in December.
Oh.
Week 16 rolled around.
Oh.
Yeah. So maybe I'll just wait till after the playoff game to get excited. Maybe hold off just a couple of more weeks.
And I was at the game when Derek Carr broke it. I was like, the whole stadium, we left. People were like, it's going to be okay. I said, no, it's not. Come on. People were like, come on, let's go. I'm like, it's over. I said, they're back to some guy you never heard of. It's over.
Oh, man.
It was definitely over. That was bad.
They started some dude in that playoff game that I don't remember.
They started that dude from Michigan State, right? What was his name?
Connor Cook?
Yeah.
Was it Connor Cook? Is that who it was?
No longer playing football professionally.
Yeah. Jason, we appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, Jay. Stay tuned. Hey, just stay tuned. Just stay locked into Jason Jones, man. That's all I'm gonna tell people. Stay locked in, man. Things are happening.
Okay. I'm with that. Jason Jones of The Athletic. That's a nice little tease there.
Yeah,
I like
stay
it.
Locked into my man Jay Jones. Except when he's talking about the Dodgers, then you can mute him.
I feel like Jason had to get some things off his chest there with the Raiders, so I just kind of let that ride. Let my man talk.
Gotta let people vent sometimes.
I really was hyped to give him the 5-4 final, but I don't know what's going on in the game.
Range of emotions.
Yeah, I saw you
for me during that interview.
I saw you react, and I'm thinking, okay, good. He didn't, because I got it in front. I was like, he didn't say anything. All right, cool. We'll get it at the very, very, very end of the show. And then I flipped over and I see the Dodgers, and it's like, oh, well, this will be fun. We'll have some fun with Jason. And then sure enough, that's probably my fault. If jinxes in sports are real, I just hit the Giants fans with a jinx because I was ready to hit Jason Jones with the 5-4 final.
Man.
It's the bottom of, and it's the longest ninth inning in history, I believe. I believe they're going on their third hour of ninth inning baseball here between the Cardinals and the Colorado Rockies and Dodgers. They're tied at 5 here. Runner on though, so we'll keep you updated.
Yeah, at this point, you just, as a Giants fan, because like I said, the games are starting to dwindle.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to say it's more important. Maybe that is exactly what I'm going to say. But a Dodgers loss would be probably the biggest news today. That would be the Dodgers lose. That's, once again, I don't want to say more important, but they're running out of games.
It's big.
Like they've got to win games. So if they lose, just gets us one step closer.
So be a Rocky.
Rocky
fan,
up.
man.
Rocky up.
Is
that their slogan?
I don't think it is.
Rock up. Is that their slogan?
I hope not. That sounds terrible. I hope not. And if it is, their marketing people should be fired. Like immediately. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Rock up. Just stop it.
Oh man.
That sounds like some stuff I heard on Snowfall or The Wire.
But I just
Raising
need them to win. How about Raising Canaan for sure, man. I just need them to win though.
Right, we'll keep an eye on it. It's the bottom of the ninth. The Rockies are up. We'll keep Giants fans updated on what's going on. We'll ignore what's happening in the other game for now.
Yeah.
But always good to talk to Jason. Of course, Jason's thoughts on the Raiders there. Jason talking about the Kings earlier in the conversation should have given a clear indication of what he thinks about the Raiders right now. He's like, oh yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, no, what the Kings are doing fine. Let's show me.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about it.
I'm not paying attention to nothing that's going on until after the season. It ain't even during the season. It's after the season when the record is all said and done. Then I'll pay attention.
That's a man who has covered this team for a decade.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna fool him.
No.
You ain't gonna fool him. Well, yeah, you fool me, you can't get fooled again. Not with a rookie that everybody's excited about, not with this commitment to defense, not with all of these little talking points here in the offseason. You're not going to fool him.
Now, you know what? He's right. He's right. As much as, we get frustrated with the national media and all this other stuff, I am also a believer in, if you want all this to change, you got to change the narrative around you. You got to win basketball games. So I'm not oblivious to that by any means. They've got to win, period. People can essentially say whatever they want. We'll, go back and forth or whatever, because we have a radio show and that's what we do. We talk about these things, but it's never lost on me that the bottom line is nothing's going to change until the Kings change their own fortunes. It's just what it is.
Yeah, we talked about that time and time again with the De'Aaron Fox stuff being left off the, one of the under 25 list, the mock draft the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Young cores, Tyrese, De'Aaron not getting the respect. The bottom line, like, no one cares. People care about Memphis now. Mm-hmm. People have all of these takes on Memphis, on how great Ja is, how great the roster is, all of these different things, because they got to see Memphis in the playoffs last year. Yeah. They got to see Memphis on the big stage. Completely forgot what Memphis did the year before. All of a sudden, Ja Morant is, and Ja is great, but Ja Morant is this. He's clutch in the playoffs. There's a Memphis Grizzlies roster, all of these incredible things. Yo, this was a team that coughed up a substantial 8 seed lead over a period from March to August. Like, think about that we're going to get healthy. We're going to get all of these things, a 4-month layoff. They played just as crappy in August as they did in March. Like, they were unable to regroup. Everybody forgot.
Mm-hmm.
Because were they even supposed to be in the playoffs? Weren't we talking about the guy who finished third in MVP voting? Weren't there hot takes about, boy, if the Warriors can make it, they're going to be a problem? Yo, what happened? They lost to the Grizzlies. That's the one thing that got everybody's attention.
Yeah.
And then what Ja was doing along the way. It's like, man, I guess that's all we got to do. Because we're on the floor. we got to do it too, I guess.
Jesse asked a question in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good question. If De'Aaron Fox has the same season, this upcoming season, 25-7,
Mm-hmm.
but they make the playoffs,
Mm-hmm.
he's going to skyrocket up people's list, correct?
So I'm going to play with words here. He said playoffs. So can I say 6 seed? Because I think the answers are different. 6 seed and up, those numbers, don't Stephen A. me, don't Doc Rivers me and misconstrue what I'm saying. Misconstrue what I'm saying. His name will be mentioned for most valuable player, or like early in the season when the Kings are playing well. Now it'll taper off because Giannis is going to be Giannis next year, or LeBron is going to be LeBron next year. Oh, of course, the heir apparent.
Yeah, Luka
Doncic.
Luka is. They have the podium set up right now for Luka's.
I believe that's accurate. I think they have the L engraved on the trophy already. I need to check with my sources, but remember, like John Wall. Remember when John Wall finished like top 4 or 5 in MVP voting, some odd years ago? That's gonna that with that number, with that scenario that you presented, that will be De'Aaron Fox. Like never a threat. Like John Wall wasn't a threat to win the MVP. Like no one thought John Wall was going to win the MVP, but he got some acknowledgement on the ballots.
Right.
That'll be De'Aaron, because this team's success is 100% based on De'Aaron Fox. 100%.
Well, I definitely hope that De'Aaron can get to the postseason, the playoffs, whatever, so he can get the accolades he deserves, because he's a hell of a basketball player, and I don't feel like he's getting the respect he deserves, man.
They got to win,
and it's always funny. It's always funny because these lists and everything happen, and they all say the same thing. They all list off all his accolades and how good he is, and they're like, it's kind of crazy that he's not higher on the list, like they don't have control over it.
Yeah.
Like it's not them creating the list.
It's a shame I left De'Aaron out of the top 10. Like, well, what? Why did you do it then? Like, why? Like, fam, that's your list. You could have scribbled out Bam Adebayo's name.
Oh my! See, they always making me say something bad about Bam Adebayo, and I tried not to, but they love Bam.
But it's Miami. It's the culture of Miami. Right now, De'Aaron is a good player on a bad team, and that's it.
Bam not even the best player on his team.
It doesn't matter. He's under 25. He's on a team that they like. He's on an organization that they respect. So they're going to give Bam Adebayo the nod. It ain't as crazy as what that dude from Bleacher Report did. What did he have? Bam Adebayo going 3rd?
Oh, yeah. That was Andy.
Damn, stop it.
That was crazy.
You are being goofy.
No, don't forget, Randy is definitely.
Chip, you know what? You just made the list.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Or
Casey went to Best Buy. So
okay.
Give me the loudest mouth you have. I don't even know why that's on, dude. Bro, you a creeper, dude. Like, I don't even know how you got that. Hey, Casey over here. Recording sound. You got to clean up that made the list drop too.
Yeah, I do got to clean it up. Yeah,
but then again, God. What happened?
No, that's what he says at the end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I got multiple games in front of me, and I thought you reacted. I was like, man, when you fell back in your chair earlier, for the people listening on the radio, we're talking to Jason Jones. Kenny goes flying back in his chair. Now, we've been doing this for a year. I know what's happening. My first inclination was, did Jason just say something and I missed it? And then I looked at my computer. Oh, I know what he just reacted to. Okay. So a lot happened during that Jason Jones interview.
Man. Like I said, the gamut of emotions during that entire interview.
During that conversation with games that we're monitoring here on the Major League Baseball scoreboard. Tomorrow is going to be a blast. It's 49er Friday.
Mm-hmm.
It's E40 Friday. It's E49er Friday.
Yeah.
We've got a packed show with some calls still yet to be returned. Brian Baldinger is going to be with us at 12:30. Baldy's Breakdowns. Quentin Mayo is going to be with us, Bet MGM tonight at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Kyle Matson will be with us at 2:18, as he is every single week. And then E40 will be with us at 3:20.
The ambassador.
To spend some time with us talking music, Bay Area music, talking hip-hop, talking about being an entrepreneur. We'll talk about his wine. We'll talk about all of the different ventures that he's got going on out there. And, of course, we will talk about the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers, the home opener on Sunday Night Football.
I'm ready for this.
And I'm ready
for these Packers, boy. Let's go.
We got at least 2 texts out, by the way, for some big name guests too. One of them we were trying to get today, and that person said, "Yo, I think tomorrow works better." I think Jesse's trying to lock that down, and then we mentioned Kate Scott. We don't have to keep that one a secret. We'll see if Kate can join us either this week or next week or something. But yeah, tomorrow's show is going to be legit. It's going to be a lot of fun. And if you've never heard Brian Baldinger on the show, man, Baldy is. You talk about it like that dude. We talk about watching. We get through the 49ers games, we get through the Raiders games and all of that stuff. We got the Red Zone channel on. We talk about going back and watching condensed versions of the games. I think Baldy goes back and watches every single game of the weekend in its entirety, then gets the coach's film and watches it all over again in its entirety. Like he knows everything that is happening around the NFL.
I was on his Twitter page yesterday and just was watching some of the breakdowns. I don't know how he does this.
Yeah.
You know what I talk about when I say like national media and they don't do their homework? Baldy's the complete opposite.
Yeah.
Baldy does more than the homework required. It's amazing. Like I was sitting there trying to like scroll to the 49ers Eagles game on his timeline because he had all the games, all the games. It took me a while to get to 49ers Eagles because he was doing breakdowns multiple times of every game. It's like, man, this guy don't miss nothing. He's great at what he does.
Yeah, he's Baldy's breakdowns is one of the best bits, one of the best segments, and you can catch them all on his Twitter account. But he's going to be with us at 12:30. It really is one of the best things in football to watch because the way I watch ball, it's almost like a dumbed down version of Pro Football Focus. Pro Football Focus is too damn intense for me. Like it's like, you remember that if you've been with us, Will Z put some numbers on the page. Pro Football Focus is Will Z times like 1 billion.
Yeah.
And I remember talking to the guy who runs it one time. I was like, hey, like how can I simplify this? And he's like, oh, you do this and these numbers mean this and these numbers mean that. And it was that meme from The Hangover where all of the signs are flying and Zach Galifianakis. that was me listening to him explain pro Football Focus.
After a while, you just kind of give up. Like, all right.
But Baldy will bring the heat for us when he joins us tomorrow, and then we'll get you ready for the San Francisco 49ers and the Green Bay Packers. Really looking forward to that. Appreciate you so much for being with us. The Dodgers take a 7-5 lead in the top of the 10th right here.
What can I tell you? A little good news.
They were down 5-4. Yeah.
The Giants just tied the game at 6.
Okay. There you go. Well, we can say that now. We're leaving the air, and I won't get yelled at about it probably. If you missed any part of the show, you could rewatch the entire thing on Twitch or on YouTube. We ask that you subscribe, hit the thumbs up, please. That's a big, big deal for us. If you're more of the audio, Odyssey, search D'Lo and KC. You can download the podcast. You can do the same thing on Apple Podcasts. Just make sure that you are back here with us for a loaded show tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla. Yeah.
Man.
Man, oh man.
We got to get these final hours stronger, man. That was tough. That was tough. We've gotten so spoiled with video interviews that I find phone interviews more difficult.
Yeah, we gotta figure out this phone interview thing with the mic stream.
Yeah. I was telling Danny in San Francisco earlier, there was a clip, I don't know if you saw it, of Stephen A talking with Ebro and Peter Rosenberg.
Yeah, I didn't watch the interview, but I saw.
I assume that was for Hot 97.
Yeah.
But whatever it was for, I think it was on StreamYard, which is what we use.
Uh-huh.
And if you notice in the clip, they had that box up. There were 4 boxes up. It was Stephen A., Ebro, and Peter Rosenberg. And I was watching that, and I was watching it pulsate. And I was like, the logo. I was like, what is that? Like, what are they doing? Now say something.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Huh. I don't know why it's pulsating, but it was pulsating to the, like, it was connected. It was connected to their board. So all of the sound was the crisp, clean sound coming from their board. It wasn't Stephen A.'s mic. It wasn't Peter Rosenberg's mic. It wasn't Ebro's mic. It was all of the stuff that was connected to the station that was making it come through perfect. I was like, how? I'm sitting there watching it as if I'm going to be able to figure out how they did this. But it can be done. We'll fix. We've been on our own for a year. Like, we'll fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll Jason definitely is a video streamer. Just when we set up our weeklies, he'll be on the video for sure.
Yeah. So will Matt. Matt will be a streamer.
Yeah, Matt will be a streamer for sure. I think we start with Matt Tuesday. I'll check with him. We're gonna post the interview where he nearly dies on YouTube. Yeah, that's right. El Camino, baby. El Camino, EC.
Oh, you got it on there. Who's El Camino? Oh, you went to El
Ebro. No, Ebro.
Yeah. Where did you go? You went to El Camino, right?
I went to El Camino. Yeah,
and
Ebro.
Was there at the same time?
No, Ebro was with my sister. I think he graduated a year, maybe 2 before my sister. And then I started high school the year after, like right after my sister graduated.
Ebro essentially made it to the top of urban radio. That's top. I mean, 97.
He's one of the most powerful men in hip hop. Like he controls the keys to.
And now he's big on iTunes, Apple, all that.
Apple, yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm trying to think of the affiliations.
He's that dude.
Yeah, I don't think the affiliations work. I was about to say, I wonder if Ebro will pull up.
Oh, we could do that. I bet we could do that.
I think that'd be a good
if I can get him to carve out time. Like, I think we could get E.
I think that'd be a good.
What's happening here? What's happening?
Drop off.
Drop
off. Ben Black Bottle 96. Man, he hooked it up, man. He hooked it up.
Yeah, good for you. Don't have any vultures come over who will drink it all.
Bro, you have more bottles than at the Promised Land on Saturday.
Had. HAD had. Yeah. Well, I remember a lot of that. A lot of those bottles that were down there were these too. Like all of the display bottles downstairs, those were these.
Gotcha.
But no, I mean, not. I had a lot. Like he hit me with a big champagne drop off.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what everybody was drinking, was champagne and McQueen. I was rearranging stuff. I was like, yo, I swore there was a bottle of McQueen here. Like looking around. It's like, yo, they drink it. I didn't even know anybody knew this was here.
Yeah, I had a couple of them moments over the summer. We had a couple of parties, and I was like, all right, cool. They got my bamboo. They got my cream. They got my McQueen. I had no idea. I was like, what?
Yeah, someone found the cream too.
Oh.
Yeah, someone found the cream.
Oh, man.
And I ain't talking about the Wu-Tang. Found it.
Easy, you know what it is, man. You know what it is.
I'll tell you what happened to the City Center Financial logo. I'm starving, so we're leaving.
Me too.
City Center still rides.
Yeah.
It's easier to do like we did that long ass post show yesterday. Like City Center still our people. They ain't going to. As a matter of fact, y'all weren't here on Monday. City Center Financial,
right?
You ain't. Hey, that's family. Like,
City Center that moved up from the post game. They all through the show.
They like, hey, post game is cute, man. We got a better idea. Yeah, City Center's family. Don't worry. And wait, we about to launch something big with Sac City Mortgage too. Wait Woo, your crew over here, boy.
Man,
You
oh
know, in
man.
KC, ESPN 1320.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, buddy. Somehow I absolutely believe this remark. I believe this to be 100% accurate. I need to go get some food. Y'all need to go get some food. 6-6. I closed the Giants one. I'm just assuming that's
bottom of the 7th inning, 6-6.
All right, y'all. Big day tomorrow, man. Show out, and y'all
be on your best behavior.
Please behave tomorrow. All right. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Appreciate you.